tai, kad būtų padarytas poveikis ir socialinė investicija, tai yra skirtingi dalykai. Tai yra trys pagrindiniai dalykai, trys pagrindinės tokios savybės. Kalbant apie šitą socialinį finansavimą, tai ir pirmiausia, mes kalbame apie tai, koks yra ketinimas, ko mes siekiame, ko investicija yra daroma į tai, kad būtų socialinio verslo tikslai pasiekti. Tai kitas elementas, kuris yra labai svarbus, tai yra išmatavimas ar poveikio išmatavimas. Kaip mes galime pasižiūrėti, kad padaryta investicija į socialinį verslą, bet ar yra rezultatas, ar mes ką mes pasiekėme. Ir tai measurement būtų vertinimas, įvertinimas. Ir mums reikia žinoti, ar iš tikrųjų yra padarytas poveikis. Ir taip pat trečias dalykas, tai yra skaidrumas. Tai yra, kaip kalbama apie tą poveikį ir taip pat kokį skirtumą įneša tai, kas padaryta. Reiškia, kaip atrodo tai, ko mes siekiame. Taigi, kalbant apie skaidrumą, mes turime žinoti, kur mes esame. Tai man labai svarbu yra, ir aš noriu pasakyti, kad šitos trys savybės yra pačios svarbiausios. Dar viena skaidrė. Noriu tiesiog peržvelgti skirtingas investicijas arba investavimą. Detaliai labai nekalbėsiu apie tai. Ir čia yra pirmas tipas, tai yra labai mums gerai pažįstamas, tai yra skolos finansavimas. Tai gali būti, tos paskolos gali būti įvairios. Tai gali būti hipoteka, sakykime, užstatas kažkoks tai pateikiamas, taip pat nauda, tai turėtų būti, nauda bus, taip, bet palūkanos tada yra mažesnės. COVID krizės metu matome, kad bankai labai jautriai žiūri į rizikas ir todėl palūkanos auga. Tai čia irgi tam tikri negeri klausimai, taigi socialiniai finansai ir yra tiekėjai finansų ir taip pat yra ir tos vadinamos minkštosios paskolos, bet jos gali būti taip pat ir šiek tiek brangesnės, tai yra palūkanos didesnės, taip pat gali būti kvazi turtas, sakykime, kada mes kalbame apie įsiskolinimą. Taip pat, kalbant apie kvazi investavimą, gali tekti daugiau šiek tiek sumokėti. Ir ketvirtas arba paskutinis dalykas, tai obligacijos, tai yra paskolos, kurias teikia įvairiaus pobūdžio investuotojai. Tai irgi yra skolos instrumentas, kuris suteikiamas tam tikram laikotarpiui. Taip pat turtas, kalbame apie savo verslą, apie savo įmonę. Investuotojas veikia ir jis gauna tam tikrą procentą. Ir yra socialinės įmonės ir socialinis verslas, kurie gali nesugebėti turto užstatyti pagal savo teisinę struktūrą, nes teisinė struktūra šito neleidžia padaryti. Ir tai yra tada labai sudėtingas aspektas. Taip pat grantai kaip investicija, tai yra klausimas, apie kurį šiek tiek daugiau pakalbėsiu. Dabar tradicinis modelis: gauni grantą ir lengvatinę paskolą ir tai gali veikti tam tikroje srityje. Taigi grantai yra investavimo forma ir investavimas į organizaciją, į jų gebėjimus, į jų kompetencijas, taip pat plėtrą, papildomų paslaugų teikimą. Tai irgi.
So actually kind of a grant loan type mix. So you might have a requirement for, certain amount of capital, but 15-20% of that might be a grant, and the remaining may actually be some kind of loan. So I'm just encouraging the thinking here that the grants can actually form a form of, can be part of an investment into a social enterprise. If we go on to the next slide, please. I can't see my next slide, so I can't remember what's up on the presentation. Thank you very much. Typical investment uses. So social enterprises typically use grants, investments for different types of activities. So, there's a traditional kind of startup activity, getting startup, acquiring equipment and facilities. It might also be for managing buying an asset. So actually you're in a position where maybe your business model is more secure, you're generating revenues, and you're perhaps in a position to take out a loan to secure the building that you're in. It might be that it's about just keeping going. In the current financial crisis, lots of enterprises, businesses and social enterprises are struggling. So actually, you might be looking at some form of investment for working capital, and to help pay wages and tax bills and so on. Or it might be actually just to scale up the organization as well. So actually, the point I'm trying to make with this slide is that the investment can be used at different stages of the development of a social enterprise. If we go on to the next slide, please. So based on the research that we did recently, kind of put out there a kind of a hybrid model, a new model looking at the Lithuanian context for social business, and adding a kind of a new category which is around kind of sustainability businesses, but very much seeing it as a spectrum where on one side you've got social enterprise companies as defined in law, social enterprise de jure, working involved in kind of work integration type activities. And then in the middle we have what I'd call what's been referred to as de facto social enterprises, who are providing goods and services, they're trading, they have social mission, like the Pirmas Blynas, who have a very clear defined mission and a business model to try to achieve that. And then we have this kind of third category, which we're referring to as sustainability businesses. And the idea that, you've got entrepreneurs with purpose who are thinking, how can I make a difference in today's society? I still want to earn a living. I want to do well at the same time as doing good. And what are the options and the possibilities for me to do this? So there's a real opportunity here, I think, to engage those people involved in kind of the startup ecosystem, those working with who are entrepreneurs with purpose, to get them considering kind of sustainability businesses, but also to be involved in establishing and setting up social enterprises. If we go to the next slide, please. Now, through the research and the work that I've been doing, there's kind of three main challenges that I see, and that's on the demand side. That demand is generally weak. We did some research of social enterprises in Lithuania. It's sort of claimed that there's kind of around about 100 or so social enterprises. If we go into that list, actually, there's a bit of an issue with some of them that have closed, or that are no longer trading. Maybe there are a few social initiatives in that particular list. But overall, the demand is weak. Social enterprises don't understand what the sources of funding that are available to them, the amounts of funding that's available to them, perhaps the restrictions on their business model that might affect them from taking out social finance. So there is no demand, or the demand for social finance, social investment is weak. Conversely, on the supply side, the challenges here is that there are funders, there are investors. They perhaps don't quite speak the language of social businesses and social entrepreneurs. They are looking for opportunities to invest. They may not understand perhaps the risk profile. They may not understand the legal structures of social enterprises and what can and cannot permit, say, equity investments. And also this idea of kind of impact matrix, the idea of being able to get a blended return. So I'm looking not only for financial return, the bottom financial line, but also for social and economic value as well. So they don't understand also the tools and the frameworks that can be used to understand these types of values. And then on the intermediary side, and there are different types of intermediaries, but the challenge here is that that they're kind of ill-defined. What is an intermediary? What is not an intermediary? Who's providing what support? And which aspect of the social enterprise life cycle? What is their role? Are they providing investment? Are they brokering investment? Are they doing capacity building, developing capabilities? Are they accelerators? Are they providing incubating type funding? Are they advocacy? Are they policy development? So I think there's a bit of a challenge here in terms of the intermediary side. And these are kind of three key legs on the stool. If you can imagine the idea of a stool, demand side, supply side, intermediaries, I think they're very important. But there are, of course, other stakeholders that are part of that discussion. If we could move on to the next slide, please. So on other challenges that I've identified through this research, and I've touched upon this a couple of times before, is the idea of kind of impact metrics, the tools. How can a social enterprise not only prove the impact and the difference that it's making to its investors and to its beneficiaries, but also how can it improve? So how can it use these tools to actually maximize the impact that they're making as an organization? There's also a lack of awareness of the potential benefits of social businesses and social enterprises, but also of the risks. There's this idea that social enterprises are some kind of panacea, that they're a cure-all, that they bring the market into the social sector, or they bring the social sector into the business sector, and it's going to solve all our problems. It's not as straightforward as that. Of course, not only are there benefits, but there are some risks attached to this. And I think there is a lack of understanding around kind of legal structures, and I think that's potentially a global issue as well, but also the types of incentives in terms of subsidies, but also tax breaks. So just the examples that I've used here are the examples from the UK. So EIS is an enterprise investment scheme, CITR is a community investment tax relief, and SITR is social investment tax reliefs. So these are reliefs and tax breaks that investors, institutional and private individuals, can put into social enterprises to actually, get investment into the social enterprise, social business movement. And I think overall there is a bit of a lack of coherence. There is no overall kind of strategy or even a plan to try to bring all this together. We've got weak demand on the demand side. What are we going to do to develop that? There are some issues on the supply side. What needs to be done to address that? What are the role of intermediaries? How are they going to be supported to provide non-financial support to social enterprises? But there are opportunities. So if we actually move on to the next slide, talk about the opportunities. In Lithuania, we've got excellent practice. We've got a track record. Things are moving. There's some development. Work has been going on for at least 10 years to develop social enterprises. We've got some very, very good examples and case studies. We've got some good examples of practice. And I think also now more than ever, we've got people that are looking for different types of businesses and for opportunities to get involved in the in social entrepreneurship and social enterprise. I talked about entrepreneurs with purpose, but this idea that that given climate change, the situation with coronavirus, and people thinking and looking at business different, has the world changed as a result of this coronavirus? We have the generational shift, Generation X, Generation Y, different expectations as potential future employees, but also customers. So actually, there's a real opportunity here to do things differently because of actually the direction of travel that we're seeing, as I said, around climate change and these generation shifts. And also, we've got an opportunity here also to develop the kind of the provider and the intermediary landscape. So we're actually being able to invest in organizations to support social enterprises to build their capacity, to provide training, sort of access to networks, and really to provide kind of non-financial support. We tend to be obsessed and think about, the money. I have this idea, this statement, show me the money. One of the key things social enterprises, when they go to conferences and events, one of the primary objectives is, we need funding and investment. Where can we get this? So the idea that actually we also, alongside that, we need to develop and support an intermediary marketplace who can actually work with social enterprises to develop and build their capacities. If we go on to the next slide, please. Just a couple of quick thoughts on designing the ecosystem. So just some ideas in terms of the role of the intermediary. So where do they fit? You've got this idea that you've got capital and finance providers. They may be institutional, they may be foundations, they may be state, they may be philanthropists. There's a role for intermediaries there to develop products and funds and instruments that specifically meet the groups of particular groups of communities, whether that's geographic or whether that's thematic. And I think there's another role for intermediaries in terms of brokering support and providing support to funds for social enterprises, the social business marketplace. So I think it's important that, when I do talk about a strategy, that, we think about the role of different types of stakeholders in terms of the capital finance providers, the organizations that are providing funds directly, as well as the role of social businesses and the intermediaries that support them. So it's very much about taking a kind of a whole system approach. If we go into the next slide. Now, this is just a kind of quick fire series of slides that I just want to use to illustrate the kind of the opportunity and the potential for understanding where different stakeholders and funders and investors will sit on the finance landscape. So the first slide actually for this I left out, but usually there's a straight line between income and time, so that you start an enterprise and you're already in nirvana, you're in profit and things are looking good. But in reality, it's probably something like this, more of a kind of a hockey stick model where you from the minute you start, you're spending money. If we move on to the next slide. But there's a question about actually who's investing and funding on the bit just before you start. So actually before you launch, this is the kind of the pre-startup, the pre-seed investment, the phase zero aspects. Who's actually supporting and investing in this type of work? And the traditional model, if we go on to the next slide, for social enterprises, NGOs, is that we get a grant, we get some cash, we deliver some outputs, some outcomes, our funders are happy, and then we're down to zero. Then we'll get another grant, if we move on to the next slide, and we do the same, and then we get another grant, next slide, and we get the same. If we can go back a slide, please. Okay, my slides have jumped around a little bit, so I don't know what's happened here. But the idea is that you get some funding and investment. As an NGO, you deliver a project, then you look for the next grant, and then you look for the next grant. If we go on to the next slide and see what happens there. Okay, so this should be the one in the sequence. So after your kind of the third or fourth or fifth or 10th or 20th attempt, eventually you kind of get a bit of traction, you kind of stagger on for a bit, you make a bit of money, then you don't make a bit of money, and then you sort of make some money and then you're sort of on your way. Obviously this timeline could be, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe even 10 years, who knows? But there's a question here, if we go on to the next slide. And now I can see myself and not this next slide, but there's a question in terms of who's funding this stage, next slide, who's funding this, next slide, who's funding that, and last, who's funding this. Thank you. So actually, what are the role of the different types of investors and funders at different stages of the life cycle of a social enterprise, whether it's an NGO, whether it's a sustainability business, triple top line, whether it's we already exist and we want to expand and we want to maybe secure the building that we're in, we need to buy some equipment. Who's going to be funding these different stages of an organization's development? We don't know. And I think that's part of the challenge. So if we go on to the final slide, and that's just to illustrate, and I've just broken up the sections of this slide to show who's going to be providing finance at that early stage. Are we talking about feasibility funding to try ideas, to develop new products and services? Are we talking about a revenue grant so that you can take on a development manager who can get some contracts, get some investment, hire out that empty space that you've got? Are we talking about a revenue loan that's going to be able to sustain you in those first weeks and months, or maybe even a year, to be able to pay the bills and smooth out your cash flow? And then right towards the end, scaling and growth, what's the role of the different types of investors to enable you to take up that next stage of your development social enterprise? So that's just a bit of a quick run through based on the research that I did for the Untapped Potential work and also the preparation for this social finance call. There are lots of opportunities out there, but I think my main kind of message would be that we need to come up with a strategy and a plan and understand actually who's out there doing what and what the opportunities are for them. So Monica's just joined me, so I'm going to suit up.
Wear the mask.
Put my mask.
Thank you, Phil, for your presentation. Just a quick technical information. So both already the English and Lithuanian translation is available on YouTube via different YouTube channels. So please, you can find the link in the description. Just press the button and there will be the link which will redirect you to the other channel. We actually almost got on time. Thank you for such a quick overview. Maybe just only one question for you. What would you feel would be, key thing, like for the upcoming years, let's say until the next summit, what we should do, develop new instrument, or what? What is the missing the most in the field of social financing in Lithuania?
I'm always an advocate for kind of taking it from the top and being kind of data-led and evidence-led, so actually understanding what it is that we are trying to achieve. And so that comes back to my point about putting the cart in front of the horse. I know that there are developments underway for certain types of instruments for social enterprises, and I think that's welcome. But I think it's important to understand how does those particular instruments sit alongside the other types of instruments and investment. How does that relate to grants? How does it relate to working capital? How does it relate to revenue investment? How does it relate to capital investment? So the developments that are underway are welcomed, but I think it's something around kind of pipeline and actually trying to understand the ecosystem as best as possible. And then given the opportunity for different types of funders and investors who are thinking about this space to say, actually, this is where we think we can make the biggest difference.
Mm-hmm. And you were actually doing quite a huge job. You took all the list, as far as I remember, of the social enterprises that is tracked by the Enterprise Lithuania, and you review each of it in that list. What would be your, key findings out of that?
Well, the team working with myself and Catalysta did a lot of the work on the review. But yes, we went through the list. We looked at their legal structures. There are some challenges around the amount of publicly available information on social businesses. So what are they legally required to post and what can they post? So it was a very, very difficult task to actually, understand things around, their profit and loss, where the income was coming from. So there's a challenge around the quality of the data out there. I have a saying, garbage in, garbage out. So if the data and information is not clear or robust, then there's a challenge there, and being able to draw conclusions from them is a challenge. But it was quite a big piece of work. So the big takeaway was there really isn't a great deal of quality information out there, and there are probably some organisations in that list that perhaps shouldn't be on that list as well, and that's without getting into the debate around definitions of social enterprises and social initiatives.
Yes. So actually, in some cases, lack of information is also sort of kind of information already that we can make some presumptions. Okay, Phil, I'm giving back your head as a moderator of the event, and please introduce our next speaker.
Thank you very much, Monica. Yeah, so changing of hats or changing of visors, but I'm delighted to welcome our next speaker all the way from Manila in the Philippines to do a presentation for us today. His name is Vince. I've known Vince probably for about 8 years now, 9 years. He's a very active social entrepreneur and investor and speaker and leader and academic and very inspirational information. He's been teaching microfinance and social entrepreneurship at the Ateneo de Manila University for the past 13 years. And he also established a social enterprise called SETP, who provides financial literacy training to low-income overseas Filipino workers in 15 countries worldwide. His presentation titled Mobilizing Social Investment for Social Enterprises will provide a brief global perspective on social finance, and then he's going to actually zoom in on his own practical experience of working with urban and rural communities in the Philippines and through his company SEDP. And also he'll be talking about the different types of instruments that they are using, and then to assess things like risk and monitor the impact of their investments. So I'm delighted to welcome Vince all the way from the Philippines. Vince, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are.
Vince, please unmute your microphone.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Yes, okay. So yes, good afternoon all the way here from the Philippines, and thank you very much for having me, and hello to all the Lithuanian viewers to this program. So my name is Vince Rapisura, and I'm the president and co-founder of SEDP Group of Social Enterprises. So let me start my presentation by providing a definition of social investments coming from the Global Impact Investing Network, which defines social investments as investments made to companies, organizations, and funds with the intention to generate social and environmental impact alongside a financial return. This is also referred to as impact investing, responsible investing, or socially responsible investments. These are the sectors where social investments are typically placed: sustainable agriculture, renewable energy, conservation, microfinance, affordable and accessible basic services, including housing, healthcare, and education. And these are precisely the same sectors where social enterprises operate. Core characteristics of social investments include intentionality, as Phil said a while ago, where investors aim to have social and environmental positive impact. Investment with return expectations, impact measurement, where commitment is made to measure and report social environmental performance. Investors placing social investments vary widely. Fund managers still dominate the space, while development financial institutions, diversified financial institutions, private foundations, pension funds, and insurance companies, as well as family offices, individual investors, non-government organizations, and religious institutions also occupy space in the market. There is also a range of return expectations and asset classes, from impact first versus financial first among social investors. There are those that operate below market rates and those that expect risk-adjusted market rates. Over 1,340 organizations currently manage about $502 billion in impact investing assets worldwide, majority of which are based in the United States, Canada, and Europe, with the exception of Eastern Europe. So let me introduce to you SEDP Group of Social Enterprises and how it mobilizes social investments to fund its social enterprise initiatives in the Philippines and to Filipinos worldwide. The group is composed of 6 social enterprises that work in the fields of training, research, consulting, development finance, socialized housing, publications, and advocacy. The first of which was established in 2004, and the latest edition in 2016 registered in Singapore. SEDP Development Finance Incorporated, the financing arm of the group, directly provides microfinance services to some 8,000 poor households in Mindanao, the poorest region in the Philippines. It also provides funding to cooperatives, social enterprises, and non-government organizations through equities and joint ventures. Today, I would like to share how we have grown as a group of mutually reinforcing social enterprises in the past 16 years. I will share our wins and victories, as well as lay out in raw detail the challenges we have to face and sacrifices we have to endure to be where we are at now. SEDP was registered in 2004 with a capitalization of 500 US dollars with the Securities and Exchange Commission. So you will see this in the first graph that is shown to you with the screen. My co-founder and I contended with shoestring budget and poured all our earnings to the organization to end the year with 2,600 US dollars in the bank. So you see, we really started with a very, very small amount of money. In the next 2 years, we aim to standardize and professionalize SEDP since it is only through proper management that we would grow. We hired our first employee, a bookkeeper, to make sure all our transactions are above board. With this, we were able to convince our family and friends and a few angel investors to pitch in, and we ended with 100,000 US dollars in resources by 2006. We consistently plowed back earnings and did not touch a single cent of retained earnings to grow our social enterprise, as could be seen in this graph from 2007 to 2009. In 2007, we forged partnership with CordAid, a Dutch international development aid agency. It provided a loan to us and a guarantee fund totaling $2 million. The loan was used to provide funding to microfinance institutions that SEDP supports through capacity building services. On the other hand, the guarantee was used to provide a security to individual social investors placing the money in SEDP. You can see the growth of CordAid funds with the green-colored bars, while the orange-colored bars are socially responsible investments that SEDP mobilized. In line with our effort to be transparent and practice good governance, we invested in our external audit and hired Ernst & Young. At that point, it meant as much as 30% of our net income went on to pay our external auditors. I reckon that this is how much we have to pay to establish our credibility, granting that we don't have vast network during this time. SEDP aims to be a pioneer in mobilizing social investments for microfinance and social enterprise stakeholders that empower the poor through financial education. We seek social investors who would like to build and preserve their capital with modest returns and want positive social impact. By the turn of the decade, commercial banks took interest in our social enterprise model. So you will see this in our 2010 to 2013 graph. Our track record, we convinced the banks to leverage our equity to access credit from them. From this period until 2016, we used debt as our main development tool and had 6.7 million US dollars in total financial resources. So this is a huge amount in terms of the Philippine context since we are a developing country. Having been able to secure debt from commercial sources, CordAid exited SEDP in 2014, as you will see in this 2014 to 2017 graph. Growth in mobilizing social investments steadily grew, but this was dwarfed by how much funding commercial banks were willing to give to finance our commercialization phase. You can see this as the blue-colored bars in the graph. By 2017, we snapped our 12 years of consecutive growth and slumped from 6.7 million to 3.9 million in financial resources. So we contracted. This was a big blow to us and a hard lesson to learn as social entrepreneurs. We had our first case of large-scale failed investment, and SEDP ended up shouldering all the risk while commercial banks hardly took a hit. At this point, we realized that SEDP was bearing all the investment risks it was placing in various social enterprises and development organizations, while debts from commercial banks were not sharing from this risk, although we suffered tremendous losses. That's when we realized how debt is skewed in favor to the creditor and squeeze blood out of borrowers. We decided to veer away from debt-driven development to being equity-driven, where profits and risks are shared equitably with partners. Starting in 2017, SEDP started paying off its debt from commercial banks with the goal of having zero debt by 2025. The past 3 years, from 2017, 2018, and 2019, SEDP's focus is to grow social investments as means to fuel its growth rather than relying on debt from commercial banks. You can observe that this is starting to pick up growth in 2020, as shown in the orange-colored bar graph. We chose to have stagnant growth while we replaced debt with equity. In summary, we started with equity through plain sacrifice and bootstrapping. After that, we had 7 years of tremendous growth that through accessing commercial debt from 2010 to 2016. And we spent 3 years in retooling and re-strategizing from 2017 to 2019 and focused on equity-driven growth through social investments. You can observe the steep decline in commercial debt while the blue bar graph and the steady, albeit slow growth of socially responsible investments as shown in the orange graph. So where do we grow? Where do we go from here? As mentioned, we intend to finish paying off our commercial debt by 2025, and we will achieve this through mobilizing investments, social investments. We will use our track record for achieving our social mission to improve the quality of life of low-income groups, coupled with positive returns to differentiate ourselves from traditional investments. Of course, we are also keen to get impact investors such as fund managers, development finance institutions, and even banks to invest equity in SEDP. We are proposing a fund matching scheme where impact investors place equal amount of investment from SEDP, and SEDP will mobilize from social investors. If this happens, we would be able to double the number of poor households we are able to reach from 500,000 to 1 million by 2025. The foundation of our model for mobilizing social investment is through capacity building and education. So you will see the graph here, a graphical representation of our business model as to how we provide capacity building and financing to the grassroots. We provide training, research, and consulting services to micro enterprises, farmers, fisher folks, and various grassroots groups. We also provide capacity building services to social enterprises and microfinance institutions. Our financing company executes joint ventures with MFIs and SEs, and in turn, SEs and MFIs sign memorandum of agreement with low-income individuals. Our financing company provides capital to MFIs and SEs. In turn, they provide capital to low-income individuals. Repayments then flow back from grassroots groups to MFIs and SEs and then to SEDP. While doing this, SEDP also provides financial literacy training to social investors who are mostly Filipino migrants, whom we call as overseas Filipino workers. SEDP educates them on social investing aside from basic principles and practices of budgeting, saving, debt management, and insurance protection. SEDP executes joint venture agreement with social investors and consolidates this to be invested and placed to the financing company. This will then flow to MFIs and SEs and then to the low-income groups, and then back from low-income groups to MFIs and SEs, and then the financing company. SEDP Development Finance Inc. issues preferred shares to SEDP Social Enterprise Ventures. The joint venture spells out equitable risk sharing and profit sharing between social investors and SEDP. In this system, we share in the profits and losses of the investments. This is in contrast to traditional fund managers who earn commission both in up and down markets. Our model is really hinged on grassroots-led empowerment. SEDP empowers women, migrant, domestic workers abroad, and with this empowerment comes the ability to place social investments that we now use to fund livelihoods of women micro-entrepreneurs in rural areas. We provide social investments to 12 cooperatives, 2 non-government organizations, a rural bank, and 4 social enterprises. These organizations have a combined outreach of 700,000 low-income households, and since 2004, we've released a cumulative total of $36 million in funding to development organizations. In terms of profitability, SEDP's share capital investment in cooperatives as shown in the orange line graph. So now you will see a graph that shows the growth of investment with cooperatives in contrast with the Philippine Stock Exchange, where the stock market is traded in the Philippines. So SEDP share capital investment in cooperatives, as shown in the orange line in the graph, performed 2.5 times better than the Philippine Stock Exchange, shown here as the blue line in the graph. Our investments in the cooperatives gave 13% internal rate of return since 2005, while the stock market only provided 6%. SEDP also invests in social enterprises that are involved in sustainable agriculture, farm tourism, renewable energy, food, and handicraft. Our social microfinance model focuses on financial literacy to poor households, targeting women in rural areas. We provide funding through joint ventures so they could finance their livelihood. Aside from this, we facilitate access to low-income households to government welfare services. With these services, our members are enthusiastic to repay back and grow their livelihoods. With this model, we also demonstrated that the poor can significantly finance their livelihood when financial products and services are designed with their needs directly addressed. So in this graph, from 2017, 18, 2019, and 2020, our members were able to finance half of their funding requirements through grassroots-led financing. Micro-entrepreneurs are co-joint venturers, which make them as equal business partners rather than the lopsided power interplay between creditors and debtors. A matching fund with impact investors previously proposed could also be implemented here. The impact of our social investment model thus far is promising. Our annual social performance management assessment reveals that 70% of low-income groups in our model use their income to invest in education for their children. 82% report improved business, income, and nutrition. 67% also reported improved housing. And most importantly, 34% of members no longer consider themselves poor. SEDP also partners with government to raise funds for its social enterprise initiatives. For example, we partner with the Home Mutual Development Fund to implement our socialized housing project so that members can access 3% subsidized interest rate for housing compared to 15% in the market. We also partnered with the Social Security system to provide social insurance and retirement benefits to low-income households. And SEDP upgraded this by forging another partnership with Climbs, a cooperative that provides insurance to low-income groups. SEDP, which stands for Social Enterprise Development Partnerships Incorporated, uses capacity building as a means to mobilize funding, because funders typically look for absorptive capacity of institutions before they place investments. As you can see, we've done quite extensively in terms of providing capacity building for grassroots and development organizations worldwide. Just to give you examples, we were able to get funding from the government, from the Climate Change Commission, and we were able to raise $100,000 for climate smart agriculture. From the Department of Agrarian Reform, about $1.8 million to build the capacity of 35 agrarian beneficiary organizations. We also trained 23 microfinance institutions nationwide in partnership with the Department of Agriculture. And we were able to mobilize 7 million in micro-agri loans to 18,000 agrarian reform beneficiaries. We also partnered with the largest cooperative network here in the Philippines, and through the documentation of a franchise for microfinance institutions, specifically for cooperatives, we were able to generate 20 million in savings and share capital from farmers, and this was replicated in 67 cooperatives in the Philippines. Lastly, in floating a bond with the capital markets, we did a due diligence study with Asia Philippines, which is the largest microfinance institution here in the Philippines, and we floated 80 million in terms of a bond to help them finance their growth. So this was financed, and this was financed by the capital markets with the help of the banks, and it was guaranteed by the Asian Development Bank. So with the new normal, this is, I think, the new normal for the social enterprise financing. There will really be a shift from purely profit-led investments to having a focus on social mission. And I think there would also be a strong shift from capitalism to risk sharing and profit sharing. So there would be more equity-based investments rather than debt-driven funding sources for social enterprises. We are also promoting grassroots-led solidarity financing, where we empower the poor to help themselves. And of course, as a capacity building institution, we are a believer that we have to improve the absorptive capacity of social enterprises to be able to manage funds that they receive and be able to execute and to be able to deliver the financial returns and the social and environmental impact that they promise to their social investments. So thank you. That's my presentation for today.
Vince, for giving us such a thorough kind of review and overview of the global perspective, and then drilling down into some very specific areas of activity. Have a couple of questions, and we're doing okay for time, actually. We've probably got about 10, 12 minutes before we have to break. You mentioned a point right towards the end around this kind of the new normal shift from, kind of purely profit into kind of more risk sharing or equity type based investments. Some may also talk or call it kind of stakeholder capitalism, maybe. My question is, what have you seen that suggests to you that this is actually going to happen?
Well, yeah, to give it a really a very concrete example. So I do a lot of online education right now because of the lockdown. I used to do this through capacity building with face-to-face trainings. And through face-to-face trainings, I was only able to mobilize a few hundred thousand pesos at a time. But now that we are doing this publicly through social media, and providing an opportunity for a lot of people to understand social mission that goes hand in hand with traditional investments, they would prefer that over a purely profit-based traditional investment. And since this lockdown, I was able to mobilize about 4 million pesos, and that's about 200,000 US dollars, versus when I only do this in a face-to-face environment through training. At the end of the training, perhaps I could only mobilize about 5,000 US dollars. So with the combination of us providing capacity building services and educating the public about social investments and the benefits of having social investments, as well as banking on technology to reach a wider audience, we are really able to see this to a fruition, that the trend is towards social investments rather than purely traditional. And there's also a study. I forget what the institution that made this, but it was Forbes, actually. Sorry, so Forbes actually came up with an article that social investments 50% of the time perform better in terms of financial returns compared to traditional investments. So there's really icing on the cake, no, with when you go into social investments, because social investments not only provide returns in terms of financial, but there's also returns in terms of the social and the environmental aspect.
Fabulous. Thank you very much for that. And I've just got another question as well, is that, you're probably familiar with this as well, is that the kind of social enterprises are always looking for capital. They're looking for investment, maybe sometimes grants over any other forms of, debt or equity type investments. I want to put that to one side, and I just want to ask you to talk a little bit more, and you did that a little bit in your presentation, but this idea of kind of non-financial support, what is available, or what have you been involved in or aware of in the Philippines of the different types of non-financial support? So you mentioned capacity building, but any other examples?
Yes, we actually when we do capacity building services to grassroots organizations, we typically partner with government so that we can use physical infrastructure that's already there. So, for example, we need a venue, or we need production sites, then we can actually partner with government to provide these facilities for us. We also partner with non-government organizations and the academe, engage them in terms of information sharing so that we don't need to spend much for research, research and development, and because we all know that research and development is quite expensive. So with these partnerships, we are able to tap on non-financial resources. And of course, you also have to take into account the spirit of volunteerism. So right now, where there's a lot of unemployment and because of the uncertainties, there's a move towards providing volunteer work to make people feel productive while on lockdown. So you can also take advantage of that, and that's a non-financial resource.
Excellent, thank you. Still have a few minutes left, and I've got still a couple of questions to ask you. I see you've essentially over the 16 years that ZP has been going, essentially kind of created your own ecosystem where you're providing different types of funding and investment, you are capitalizing, you are providing training, you're working with other institutionals and microfinance institutions and other social investment finance institutions. Where does the ZP offer, if you like, and group of companies sit within the wider ecosystem and landscape in terms of other partners and stakeholders that you haven't mentioned or sort of pipeline sort of activities?
Well, what we realized really is that to address a certain social issue, it is quite difficult to just have a single organization address it. So, and the way that we are also able to access funding resources is would depend on the type of social enterprise that we have established over time. So we have established these different social enterprises in our group precisely to address specific social concern areas of the marginalized sectors that we serve. I think that's how we see ourselves in the broader spectrum. I actually compare ourselves to the private conglomerates, where groups of companies are coming together to address specific needs of the market. While for us, we come together, but we address specific needs of the marginalized sectors.
That's a very interesting kind of use of words, a private conglomerate. So essentially what you are doing is a kind of a conglomerate of NGOs and social enterprises. And I think what's interesting with that model as well as how you've described it is the potential for increased resilience, so that you've got all these organizations that are dependent and interdependent who are working together and are clearly delivering social value, but also financial returns. Maybe you could perhaps elaborate a little bit more on that idea of that kind of interdependence idea of kind of organizational social capital.
Right. So, for example, our capacity building arm provides assessment of our social investments. So it provides the technical part of it, the technical analysis, while our financing company is the one focusing on mobilizing resources and deploying these resources. We've also established a foundation, and the foundation is primarily tasked to mobilize grants from the public and also to mobilize public funding from the government. We also use the foundation as a means for our private corporations that earn profit, and we donate part of our income as tax deductibles to this foundation so that we could use this again for our social enterprise initiatives. Recently, we also put up a real estate company just to focus on socialized housing because it's an entirely different field altogether. That's why we had to separate it. But the financing company will still be there to provide support in terms of financing to this real estate company focusing on socialized housing. So these are really a group of mutually reinforcing social enterprises working together towards a common goal, of delivering financial returns, modest financial returns, and at the same time, positive social and environmental impact.
Excellent, thank you. And I've got a question here from Alina as well. She asks, can you describe the typical portrait of your social investors? You know, who are these people?
Yeah, well, you'd be surprised because the social investors that we target are also the marginalized sector. The overseas Filipino workers, when we go abroad and train them, they are really the women domestic workers or construction workers, the ones in the food and board industry abroad, because that's the quality of labor that we, most of the quality of labor that we export. Of course, we have the professionals, but mainly we still target the marginalized groups in terms of the migrant sectors. So that's the beauty of this model, because the ones that we are building the capacity in terms of social investments are poor, marginalized migrant Filipino migrant workers. And then when they improve their finances, they're now able to invest in SEDP, and we use that to invest in the livelihoods of women micro entrepreneurs in rural areas. So that's the gist of our social investments. So right now, we are in the process of widening our net, so to speak, through social media. And I would not have had done this really if the lockdown did not happen, because our default was to go outside, to go abroad, and go face-to-face meetings with the migrants and do the trainings with them. But that's highly high. That's high cost, and it's also has high carbon footprint. Now that I'm stuck here at home, so there's no other way but to do online trainings with them, and that is low carbon footprints and low cost plus higher saving social investment mobilized. So it's actually an opportunity that only evolved and that was showed to us during this pandemic.
Excellent. Vince, thank you very, very much for your time today. It's been amazing. It's been really good to talk to you. It's been quite a few years since we last spoke. But I just want to, extend the thanks of the team here, but also everyone at home that was listening to your presentation, to say thank you very much for your time, and keep safe and keep well. And I look forward to seeing you soon.
Yeah. Thank you, and I hope that my presentation was also able to help the Lithuanian community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vince. And now I think we're spot on time. Actually, we've got about 15 minutes now. We're going to have a short break, and then after the break, we are going to be talking about the social impact kind of good case practice from Finland, where Katja will be talking to us about the work that they're doing in Finland. So I would like to say thank you for everyone that's joined us for this first session, and that we'll see you in 15 minutes on the other side. Thank you. So welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice short break. In this next session, lasting just over an hour, we got a couple of speakers. And I'm delighted to welcome from Finland, Katja Noshkin, who's going to be talking to us about their work from the Social Enterprise Association for Finland. Katja is an impact evaluation specialist working as a program manager in the Finnish Association for Social Enterprises. For the last 2 years, Katja has been working on impact measurement and evaluation project called Measures for Good, which aims to help impact-driven businesses, non-profits and the public sector to find ways to evaluate their societal impact. Previously, Katja had been working in the non-profit sector and is a graduate of political science and public management. She has expertise which also includes public-private partnership models, social responsible public procurement and social outcomes contracting. So I'd like to say welcome to Katja and other partners from the Nordic region to share their impact experience with us. So Katja, over to you.
So, good afternoon to you all. Thank you for inviting me to speak to you about our experiences in Finland and measuring social impact. Like said before, I come from Finnish Association for Social Enterprises. Arvo is a network for social enterprises and their partners. So we support business activities that connect business and social impact in a new way. Arvo was founded in 2015 with just a few members, and at the moment we have about 64 member associations and enterprises. In Finland, we have approximately something from 1,000 to over 10,000 social enterprises, but social entrepreneurship concept is not very well known. So we have a lot of social enterprises that have not yet recognized themselves as such. For example, non-governmental organizations, foundations and associations. I have worked for Arvo for 2.5 years now, and as a project manager and impact specialist, first in a project called Measures of Good, which I'm going to talk about today. It ended last year, and now we are running a new Nordic accelerator program called Impact Startup. And that is for impact and social entrepreneurs who want to manage their impact and grow their business. Today, I'm going to tell you our experience measuring and managing social impact in social enterprises and key findings and things we have learned in the project Measures of Good, so hyvän mitta in Finnish. Next slide. The main reason for Measures of Good project was that in 2015, we realized that only a few social enterprises were collecting any impact data. They did not measure their impact in any way. So we wanted to create tools for measuring and managing social impact in social enterprises. But we also realized that that it is not enough to concentrate only in social enterprises side of impact management and measurement, but also create tools and common understanding. The Measures of Good project was funded by major public sector funders, foundations, and Finnish innovation fund Sitra, that has been responsible for promoting impact investing in Finland and especially bringing social impact bond model here in Finland. Different funders were interested in creating tools for outcomes-based steering and resource allocation. Last 2 years, we have focused on creating common and scalable ways to promote impact-driven procurement and other impact-driven funding by data-driven digital solutions, training, and enhancing key actors' capabilities. So here is an outline of the project. We had 17 local impact evaluation projects with these 8 national partners. Next slide, please. Of the 17 projects involved, 2 were also selected as service providers in 2 different social impact bond projects. At the moment in Finland, we have about at least 5 social impact bond projects going on and many more in development. So it has been really important to do a close work with Sitra. And our role has been and is provide support and tools for social enterprises so that the tools that social enterprises are using are in line with social impact bond requirements. So what is our model for impact management and measurement? In Measures of Good, we created our own version of impact value chain or impact chain or IOOI model, which is very well known. The difference between many other similar logical models or impact value chain models is that we focus heavily on defining the societal need. So in the next slide, you will see it in English also. The difference between many other similar models is that, like I said, we focus on defining the societal need. The second important part is that the model promotes strategic planning and ex ante evaluation. So modeling the impact we want to achieve. Usually impact evaluation and measurement starts after the intervention or project. So usually we focus on ex post. Don't go that fast. you can stay there for a while. Usually impact evaluation focuses on ex post evaluation or verification processes. But if we have not any modeling done in advance, we don't know what to measure. And there is no relevant data collected. So the impact is very goal-oriented concept for us. We are interested in maximizing impact, so maximizing the social benefit that is possible to achieve. The third important aspect of this framework is that it is that in very complex or even wicked societal problems, impact is never created through only one intervention. So we did more collective efforts and impact ecosystem level modeling. So in this framework, there is 2 levels and different roles for social enterprises, like you will see in the model. So there is the societal level and the big picture level where the societal modeling is done, and the role for public sector is to create and build impact ecosystems. And then the bottom level is the intervention level, which is about the intervention modeling, economic and functional model, how the service and solution actually work. It is important for the impact enterprises to think about the short-term outcomes they create and how this intervention level model is connected to the bigger picture and the societal level. So the whole model should be done in close contact with public procurers or social outcomes-based. When you do a social outcomes-based contracting, you should do this in dialogue with the interventions and all the time do the societal problem developing with the whole impact ecosystem. So what is the societal benefit modeling. Basically, it answers two particular questions. What is the potential costs of the societal problem if in the future, if nothing is done? And what is possible to achieve if resources are allocated in preventive actions? So this is estimate of the potential societal benefit. This societal benefit modeling is very important when creating social return on investment, the SIP projects and other outcomes-based contracts. Also, in the SIP project, the model creates the kind of baseline for comparison when verifying impact. So, like I said before, the impact is created through impact ecosystem. So this picture is very important for that. In this visualization, we can see how impact is actually created through many outcomes and many interventions or solutions, so input and activities. This is a picture that is important to create together with service providers, and we always should start from the impact goal in the middle. And after that, go to the outcomes and changes that needs to happen, and then target segmentation, and then what solutions there is, what kind of impacts, what kind of outcomes, outputs or activities is needed. And in this way, when you see the whole impact ecosystem, you can also find your own place in the bigger impact ecosystem, and also new partners and new ways to collaborate and create effective services. But I will go through the basic impact chain and steps. There is 7 steps in this model, and we start with the societal need and the definition of what needs to be answered when defining societal need. So the first step is answering the question, what societal challenge do we want to tackle? Who are the people that are affected by the challenge? And what do we know about the root causes or the barriers, and also the enablers in different barriers and enablers that affect this challenge? And this is something you need to really take time to do. In this step, we start creating also the data-based cost analysis, and in the next slide you can see some costs that could be prevented and some costs that have been analyzed. So how much does it cost for example, child custody or child custody services, or what does it cost to be socially marginalized, or what does it cost, what loneliness costs, what type 2 diabetes costs, and all those kind of societal problems. So we create a model from this data and analyze what is the potential impact that is possible to achieve. So the societal benefit analysis will give us the baseline, what will happen to this group of people if nothing is done, and what is the economic impact for public sector, and that you can see in the baseline blue line there. This is just an illustration. So after time, what will happen if nothing is done? Also, it will give an estimate or hypothesis about the potential impact if we make a preventive intervention. So this hypothesis or estimation is usually based on earlier research, earlier interventions and their effects, and of course expert knowledge on how the intervention will have an effect, or how big of an effect the interventions will have, preventive interventions will have. In SOS Children's Village, which was one of our projects, they did an analysis. You can show it in the next slide. They did an analysis of child custody services with the municipality of Varkaus. They found out that out of 20% of families account for 60 to 80% of social welfare costs. So they went through the customer data in the municipality and found out this target group that was creating the social welfare costs, but this could be prevented. They went through the root causes. So current services focus on corrective measures instead of working preventively. This was one big issue. So there was not enough preventive services for this group who would actually benefit this kind of work. And also family welfare services in Finland in general are very fragmented, which hinders holistic and effective sustainable service solutions. So usually families have many different services, and these services are not working together very well. So their solution was this kind of family partner or mentoring, which would help navigating and selecting the right services and analyzing the real reasons for problems in every individual families. This is the one big learning point from societal need analysis or societal problem analysis for every single social enterprise. Fall in love with the problem, not your own solution. When we have worked with a lot of social enterprises, the usual thing is that they kind of skip the problem side. They think they know the problem. They think they know their target group very well. And usually they have a lot of knowledge about this and very passionate will to really help people. But the problem is that they usually focus on their own solution. So the problem is never the lack of your solution. The problem is something else. If your solution is not working, then and you don't know what the problem really is, you cannot know if your solution is working. So this is very important phase that needs to be done very well in both in the social enterprise level, but definitely in the societal level with partners and with the public sector buyer and funder. So the next phase after the societal need is, of course, vision or impact goal. What is the big change we want to achieve in that problem? What is the aspired societal situation after 6 to 10 years or even more? Vision still have to be time-bound, concrete, attainable, measurable, and ambitious, like every SMART goal is. So it's very important to think about, is this measurable? And if it's not measurable, then usually your problem is not measurable and your problem is not very well defined. So if it's hard to really create the vision and create the goals, measurable goals, you need to go back to the problem and really figure out, do we know who we're working with and how many people there really are in the need of our services. SOS Children's Village long-term goal in an organizational level is very broad. Prevent the children of underprivileged families from inheriting their parents' situations, prevent the social exclusion of marginalization of children and youth, and thus save society's funds. So this is the organizational level long-term vision for SOS Children's Village. And in the next slide, you can see what we a little bit more mean with the impact goal. For example, SOS Children's Village is the main solution provider in social impact bond Vantaa, and the impact goal is the reduction in the need for foster care for neuropsychologically symptomatic families. And they actually have, of course, estimation of how much they want to achieve this reduction, and also a timeline. So they do a preventive, the SOS Children's Village is providing preventive actions, and this impact goal will be achieved in 6 years. I think they have their timeline, but this is a lot more concrete impact goal for societal level goal. But you can see that if only the Children's Village one intervention is going to put this kind of impact goal, they are not going to reach it. This is an impact goal for the whole social impact bond model. So there is many different interventions, even though the SOS Children's Village intervention is the main solution, but it's not the only solution in the whole collective and impact ecosystem, which I talked earlier about. So this is the social impact bond level and societal level vision. Goals are the next big step, and this is the most important thing for social enterprise. So they have to think, what are the concrete changes in target people and system level that needs to happen in order to achieve the vision or the impact goal. And these are outcome goals. So what outcomes needs to be achieved. So in Children's Village, they have two main or bigger outcome goals, which are improving the overall well-being of risk families. This is something they can actually measure, the overall well-being of risk families. And then the second is the root cause that I earlier mentioned, better and more appropriate targeting of services for this target group. So they are addressing the two main root causes they think that are affecting the problem, and try to make change in those root causes. The next two steps are basically resources. What resources do we need to have to achieve our goals, and actions. What concrete actions do we take? What outputs do we create? And why these actions will lead to the desired change in concrete life situation of these families or this target group. Visualization is always important in this kind of when you are doing your solution or figuring out what is our solution and what is the impact value chain or theory of change behind that. So how we are using our inputs and outputs to actually create the outcomes we want to achieve. And visualization is always a good way. And here is it is in Finnish, but I won't go through it in English that much. You can see kind of what's happening there. So help is given for the whole family, not individual members of the family, but the whole family. And they're analyzing the root causes of every single family. What do they need for their overall well-being to increase? So the sixth step is outcomes measurements and verification. So the question is, did we achieve our goals? What has changed in the lives and actions of the target group? You need to consider scale, how many were affected, and how much, how deep was the change, and how long-term it was. So the duration, is there possibility to actually measure the duration? In the SOS Children's Village, they are using two main ways to actually collect data. They are using Outcome Star for collecting the data. This is the overall well-being outcome is actually these two measurements. So self-reported well-being, which is 10 different questions, and then they have two indicators from that questionnaire, and then the Outcome Star measuring or measuring tool, you could say, and they are using it, and you can see that development has happened. So they have reached their outcome. They are doing measurement after before the intervention, during the intervention, and then after the intervention with every single family, and collecting that data to their database, where they can actually continuously use the data for the development of the service and also managing the service, so they know who is actually not helped through their services, and in the long run they can get very good data analysis of the overall effectiveness of this service. The last seventh step is the impact. What are the created social and economic benefits for the society, and impact verification. And like I said, one social enterprise usually is not able to actually analyze the overall created economical benefits, but we use the societal benefit modeling for this, and then just compare the results to that. But that is something that has to be done in the public sector or funder side of the equation. So in this next slide, we basically just look at, did we achieve the impact that we tried to achieve? Few points about measurement in social enterprises. So when you have the framework, the conceptual framework of impact value chain, then you put 3 levels of measurement in there. So you have process metrics, for example, quality indicators, input and output metrics that you need to collect. You can use quality indicators like net promoter scores and all these kind of process metrics. And we have found out that many enterprises do collect these, but they have not really linked these process metrics into the impact value chain. But these are important, even though they are not the outcome metrics, but these are the important background process metrics that you can actually see, are we doing what we're supposed to do? The second type of metrics are outcome metrics. These are the most important ones for the individual social enterprise. So self-assessed health, for example, feeling of exclusion, or whatever is the problem or the root cause that they are actually doing or are affecting. And the last one is impact metrics. So the bigger picture is also important for the impact enterprise to actually look at what is happening. For example, employment rate in their area, child custody rates, and all that kind of data, even though they cannot really say usually is our intervention the only reason for the child custody rates, for example, they're going up or down. The verification is about measurement and also assessing the contribution, which is the other three-part or three tools type of thing. So when social enterprise is assessing their contribution, so did we actually, is this our making? So did we do this outcome or not? You can use previous research and statistics benchmarks. That is the easiest way. Then we've used, for example, in SOS Children's Village, theory-based methods. So they are doing analysis or evaluations with theory-based methods, for example, contribution analysis. And then experimental and quasi-experimental designs, of course, are the kind of used as the golden standard, but usually these are something that enterprises, if they have resources, they can use, but in many cases they can't use them. So we use more kind of those theory-based methods. It's more important to make continuous monitoring of the outcomes measurements than to actually do this verification all the time. So, or only have one experimental design, for example. It's more important to do the work all the time, or the monitoring all the time. So last, I will go through 5 key points that I've actually already said today, but those points are basically: first, key lesson, what you should maybe take out from this what I've told you today is impact is created through collaboration. So we need more focus on collective impact efforts and impact ecosystems than only isolated solutions and isolated impact, like just in one social enterprise. So let's create impact ecosystem. The next key point is defining the societal problem takes time. We need common understanding between public and private sector about the societal problem we are tackling. So more dialogue, more understanding is needed. Third point, impact metrics should always be based on modeling, not the other way around. So we can learn from metrics that others have used, but social entrepreneurs need to create their own impact chain and data model that fits their solution. So impact metrics that just are taken from somewhere usually do not work if there's no real framework and impact value chain where to put them. Fourth, impact verification is continuous process. So impact and outcomes needs to be monitored continuously. This is a point that has to be said over and over again. We have to do this all the time. Last but not least, something that I haven't really gone through today, but I think it's important and what we've learned. Start small, think big in every way. Social impact arises when we scale programs that work. We need better structures and funding models still to help small scale programs to grow. public sector capacity building is the key to do this, actually. Start with small projects and think what they can become, and think what is the big picture we actually want to achieve and make. Thank you. Now it's probably time for questions.
Much for your very detailed presentation. I certainly learnt a lot, and I've been working in impact measurement, impact evaluation for a number of years. But there was some very useful stuff that I've taken from there, and a number of questions as well that I've got. A couple of takeaways for me, I think, was around start small, think big. I think you're absolutely right. It's better to do something, dip your toe in the water, learn, understand, fall in love with the problem and not your solution, absolutely. So those are a couple of takeaways that I've got. I have a question actually around, in your introduction, you were clear to outline that a lot of kind of impact measurement happens kind of after the event, so it's more evaluative. And what you were describing in your presentation was work that's done you're understanding and evaluating the problem, and part of that is getting data and information. And you talked about these kind of societal costs and possible savings. So I was just wondering if you could just talk us a little bit more about, do you have any, what level of data and information do you have around kind of unit costs? You mentioned the costs for certain types of interventions. Maybe if you could just elaborate a little bit more on that, who's creating the information, where is it come from, where is it stored, how openly available is it to people?
Yes, so in Finland, we have very fortunate situation that we usually say that we have the world's best register databases. So we have a lot of information that can be used if it's used. At the moment, we have lots of kind of statistics or even the most valuable information is, of course, information that we have in registers where there's data on an individual citizen level, and that is the most important. And it's important to be as open as possible. Of course, there's restrictions in that, and that's why we need public sector help to actually go through that data, and they are doing that, and we need researchers who can actually access that data effectively. But we have that register and data, but it's not used in a way that it would help the impact evaluation. But I believe that in the next 5 years it will be a big change in here. Of course, we do need more data, especially in social sector. So we have data in health sector more than in databases and in registries. We have collected data more, but in social services there is not that much data. But before you know what to actually you want to achieve and what's the problem, you don't really know what you need to look for. So we need to create better understanding about the problems that are really sticky. So really those problems that do not go away in the next 10 years, for example. So we need to collect data based on the modeling, and that's the first step.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Katja, for your presentation. I'm mindful, as ever, we are actually on time. I'd love to have asked you a couple of more questions, but I probably will come back to you after today's event with some questions, and I'm sure anyone else that's at home can contact you directly. So thank you very much again for your presentation. I think I found it very useful, and I'm sure others did. So, to you, stay safe and stay well. I'm going to hand over to Monica, who's going to introduce our next speaker and then also moderate that Q&A. So Monica, over to you.
Thank you, Phil. And now you can leave me on the stage alone. Neatsimenu tokio kito karto, kada galėčiau šitaip džiaugtis, likusi be kolegos. Noriu tik dar kartą priminti ir
I'm
truputėlį
left on my own
paskatinti
right now.
aktyviau
I will
dalyvauti
give
diskusijose
some free
YouTube
time
kanale,
to,
nes būtent dėl to mes renginį transliuojame
like to
tiesiogiai,
encourage
kad
all of you to
galėtumėte
more
užduoti
active,
klausimus
to
mūsų
be
pranešėjams.
involved more,
Ir iš
to
mūsų
contribute
labai
towards the
žavaus
success of
įdomaus
our
tarptautinio konteksto
this forum.
grįžtame į
And
Lietuvą
right now,
ir
we
noriu
are
pristatyti
going
kitą
back to
mūsų šio renginio
Lithuania
pranešėją, tai yra
after
Lietuvos socialinio verslo
having
bendruomeniai puikiai
having
pažįstamas
covered
veidas
the
Jurgita
international context.
Ribinskaitė
And it's my
Glaser,
pleasure to
Reach for
introduce
Change vadovė
the person you know
Lietuvoje, tai yra
well,
Reach for Change
Jurgita
modelio,
Ribinskaitė
kuris į
Glaser,
Lietuvą
who is
atkeliavo
heading
iš
actually
Švedijos.
the Reach for
Aš jau
Change just
nebeprisimenu
project,
prieš kiek
the
metų,
project
bet
which
matyt,
came
kad
from
Jurgita
Sweden, I
tikrai
don't know how many years
papasakos.
ago, and
Jurgita
I'm
taip
quite
pat
sure Jurgita will
nuo vėlgi galbūt 2012 metų
just
aktyviai
remind us
dalyvauja
of
socialinio verslo
when
lauke, tiek
it happened.
akceleruojant,
And
tiek
Jurgita, by the
kuriant,
way,
tiek
is, as I
padedant
said,
kurti
she's
naujas
well known
socialinio
to all
verslo
of us, and
iniciatyvas.
she's
Bet
been
kuo jinai
working
šiandien
for more than
pasidalins,
20
tai Reach for
years, so
Change
meaning her
modelis šiai
experience
dienai
is
Lietuvoje yra
immense.
vienintelis
Working
inkubatorius,
in
kuris
the
padeda
NGO sector,
pritraukti
both locally,
privačias
internationally,
investicijas.
and
Ir
she
natūraliai
admires,
mums
she's
labai
sort of
labai
kind of
rūpi,
obsessed
o
with
ko
social
gi ieško
innovations,
investuotojai, ar ne,
impact
kokią
measurement and social
vertę
investment.
jie mato,
And also
kalbant
she,
apie socialinius
as today,
verslus.
Reach for
Ir
Change
apie ką
is
svarbu
the
galvoti,
only
kreipiantis į
actually
privačias- dėl privačių
incubator
investicijų. Tai Jurgita,
attracting
perduodu žodį
private
tau,
investment and also
auditorijos
oriented
labai
towards the
kviečiu
social
dalyvauti ir
enterprises.
klausimus.
And yeah, this is something, meaning that we have to look for sustainable solutions. All right, now the sound, yes, Reach for Change. We can hear you. Yeah, meaning I would like to ask you to actually provide some comments that you know what's Reach for Change. Yeah, thank you very much for having invited me to talk about Reach for Change. And as Monica said, I am going to talk about the experience of Reach for Change in Lithuania, something we have gained, and I think it's valuable, just with regard to several things, meaning we really support startups and the starting social enterprises to have an impact, meaning to make a difference. Can you see my slides? What is Reach for Change? Let's start what it means. This is an organization, non-profit organization, having a vision that all the children all over the world can release their potential, can disclose their potential. This is very important. And our co-products are incubator and accelerator programs. And of course, they help us sort of deliver proven and measurable impact and develop sustainable business models, and later to scale their innovations. We're looking for socially oriented entrepreneurs in various countries, in this case in Lithuania. And well, we were founded 10 years ago in Sweden, 2010. And right now, we operate in 16 countries across 3 continents. And as of today, actually, we have reached more than 4 million children and youth. Now, in Lithuania, we have already provided support to 19 social enterprise ideas. And every year, we are looking for new sort of ideas to make a difference. Now, here you can see actually the puzzle and something that's still missing, could be missing. So our role, as you see, is to reach those who have not been reached before. And because the state is a very conservative investor, and we need more flexible, more impact-oriented, meaning or with good, and very often the state would rather help and invest maybe with the organization with less impact, but more sort of business oriented. So we are here to bridge that gap. And I think it's very important to talk about the concept, meaning we are here, Reach for Change, to reach the unreached. And we have to sort of to well to make sure that there are new species of fish in this kind of pond. See, otherwise, yeah, it's no good. Now, when we say so, we're talking about some investment, right, and incubator, and we have been talking today already about investment for impact. But usually we regard any funding, let's say, as investment. And when we talk about investment, we expect some return. So either social or financial or maybe something related to the public infrastructure. And here you see the information taken, well, this chart, some philanthropic association. And we can talk about, yes, about investing for impact, and we have to talk about social investment, because otherwise, if we operate only on the basis of grant making, we'll never ensure a sustainable, actually, development. We're somewhere in between. Between those who can be sustainable and those who are already sustainable today. So meaning that these are different portfolios, and yes, we when we talk about project-based investment, which is very often the case. So I'm not sure whether really this return is that important. And for us, well, we simply raise the question whether this return can be measured. Maybe, yes, let's say grant making or project-based funding. Yes, so again, we are talking always about return. How can we measure it? But who are our investors? Our investors or partners, and not necessarily Lithuanian. Let's say Swedish fund, the Elephant, the others. These are all the partners who have invested into the social impact, and I'm talking about those are just private investors who no longer to invest into something that will be actually over and done with the end of the project. They want to make the difference. They want some change, long-lasting, sustainable change. In Lithuania, we have the Elephant, Tele2, who are directly funding social enterprise by just making grants. And also, we have partnership with the British Council and the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Lithuania, and meaning, and we want to draw upon the experience gained in Nordic countries, because yeah, we have to share their experience, and I think this is a very good just resource. British Council is also our long-lasting, long-term partner, and together with the British Council, we try to provide incentives to social enterprises. Also, as you see, the other partners, and I'm not necessarily talking here about grant making or project-based funding, but these partners help us develop and spread our idea. Now, let's go deeper into our program. So, why are we here? Yes, we find social entrepreneurs through our search and selection process, and then we help them to become ready for investment, to qualify for intensive support in our incubator programs. This year, actually, we received 136 projects. And right now, by the way, yes, Tele2 actually is undergoing this process of selection to select the participants for this incubator. So yes, it's search, pre-incubation, select, and later on we establish this incubator on the right. When we select those, the selected participants are invited, and we have this investment already. They are investment ready, and meaning we as an organization, we are not looking for financial return. No, we are oriented to a social impact. This is the most important thing. What do we mean by strengthening social capacities or networking and also quality mark? And we have heard already from our friend, Finnish friend, that our participants really meaning seek to sort of they understand that this quality stamp or whatever approval of stamp is very important. So yes, we have seed funding, then we have to strengthen the capacities, and as you see, the contacts, the networking, and the quality. This is most important, stamp of approval or quality. How we do that? Yes, let's not forget the SDG, or Sustainable Development Goals. And yes, of course, we are involved in advisor training, coaching, mentorship activities. So this is how we do it, yeah, up to 2030. And so as we help everybody sort of find a better match between the procedure and the goals to be reached, and we measure the impact. How can we do that? What do we give to our investors? Impact. We give them impact. And how do we measure that impact? First and foremost, we measure our own impact to those social leaders, those who are invited to this incubator, and we measure and track impact. And we have to monitor and collect data to do that. On what? On organization growth in terms of increase or decrease of revenues, the staff employed, volunteers, etc. Geographical footprint. We also collect data on development of organizational capabilities or sustainable growth. And I'm just happy to have listened to the Finnish presentation on social impact, on the measurement of the impact, so I won't repeat that. But everything, as you see, is related to sustainable development just goals, let's say the children, what's the impact for them, and to what extent do they contribute to this agenda of 2030. Now, we also gather information on the number of impacted children and youth, and we measure the improvement and progress through outcome stories. It's done annually, and outcome indicator results. Triannually stories. Yeah, one more system of measuring our impact. How do we do that? We first foremost we monitor, evaluate, reach for change results for social entrepreneurs. Then secondly, we focus on capacity building, and we also monitor and evaluate their results for children and youth. This has also been covered by our Finnish guest. And of course, number three, it's we focus on external consulting for private, non-profit, public sector. We talk about the importance of measuring the impact and what are the ways of doing that. Because yes, it's still sort of we see that there are still lots of cliches, sometimes lack of trust, etc. So allow me to give an example how we measure the impact. See, this is a web. We have 5 domains where we seek impact. Now, first of all, we identify our objectives or goals. something Kaita was talking about, because if you don't know what your goals are, how can you possibly measure? No way. And these are, as I said, the spheres or the domains where we want to see impact. And then the impact can only be seen in several stages, so we can measure accordingly. What are the phases of measuring impact? First of all, we have to define our problem, our goals, and the solution we are interested in or seeking. Because if you don't know what the problem is, what goals you seek, so how can you possibly expect an impact? So the first stage is probably the most important. Then phase number 2, this is well, when you track your outputs, when you interview the participants in order to collect the impact or outcome stories, meaning what is the impact for a specific person. Phase number 3, this is the preparation to measure the impact and also the measurement of the chosen impact indicators. And sometimes we use different terms, but that's probably the same. Outcome measurement. We have to see the impact, a certain difference, and this impact or difference, of course, takes time. It cannot be expected overnight. So we cannot rush into it. And number 4, this it is positive outcomes achieved, and 5, impact demonstrated. Now let's go back to the previous slide. Where are we, let's say, at a certain given moment? And when we have some baseline and the final situation. So we have to measure the outcomes or the impact. And towards the very end, yes, we measure the impact of this work or process in incubator, what outcomes have been reached. What we see is that it's not necessarily that those, let's say, who were given the largest financial injections, that they really achieved the most impact. Not necessarily. Sometimes, it doesn't depend even on the extent of financial injection. And how could we possibly document the outcomes when a certain impact or difference was achieved? So we could give this information to our potential and existing investors. And it's very important. So we aggregate all the results in a certain dashboard. And so we see what was impact by those social leaders to the situation of children and youth. This is something we sort of give back, we submit to our investors, and yes, it's not easy at this to measure impact and at the same time to seek certain financial results, but nobody said it was going to be easy. And as Monica already said, I want to focus on why it's important to get or to attract private investment, because we're the only investor with private funding. It's not public funding, private funding. And that's very important. Why? Because in the initial phase, big investors, let's say state investors, public investors, they wouldn't take the risk because it's too risky business, whereas private investors don't sometimes are not that scared. They can sort of take the risk. And just I want to show you one more slide. We have to go back in my PowerPoint presentation about the importance of private investment. It's Giedrė Župaitė, who received private funding in a store. She has her own store, and she said that for a person who has no actual experience, receiving investment from some investors who really trust you is tremendous help. And they actually bought a large just a batch of goods from the American manufacturer, and for babies and premature babies. And yes, she's so happy. So I just wanted to show you. No, I don't think she could have received public funding for that because it was too risky. Thank you for listening. And if there are any questions, don't hesitate, ask them. There are a couple of just questions, and we still have 9 minutes. So once again, I would like encourage the participants of the forum to come up with questions, because I can see there's lots of networking going on. So I have 2 questions on my own. Starting with impact measurement. I think Reach for Change is the most important expert organization, meaning I'm talking about the quality of impact measurement. And you can do that. You're good at it. What would you recommend to those initiatives and those social enterprises which are not part of Reach for Change? Which instruments would you recommend for them? How could they possibly measure their impact? How could they identify the criteria according to which the impact could be measured? I think it's quite easy to learn these days. You just go to Google, yeah, and you will find lots of free courses on impact measurement, and it's an open discourse. But anybody, well, can have access to that. And look at all those phases I have been talking about. And there's no such thing as sort of protected information or whatever. It's not. I don't think this is a problem. The problem is that people sometimes don't have enough confidence in themselves. They're not sure whether they're on the right track. And all information, all knowledge is accessible and affordable. And no, the consultant, I think, is only needed. Well, I would say that it's not the consultant self, it's self-support, I think, groups which would ease the process. Let's say, or some, I don't know, some questionnaire probably, whatever, which you will fill in yourself. But again, this is not some missile science, not really. I would suggest that you start looking for this kind of basic information, and well, maybe we could also recommend to make those instruments that are already available, to make them public, because I think what is needed for people is just to reassure them that they can do that. And but it's not rocket science, no. In this case, why do you think, Jurgita, that we still keep talking about that in Lithuania? Oh yes, impact needs to be measured. Yes, it needs to. Why don't we do that? I think that a human being is lazy by nature. So why should I measure the impact if nobody sort of requires me to do that? our incubator participants, they have to do that because that's a requirement. If you want to be given some support, yeah, that's kind of, you have to do something in return. I think the investor should actually impose those requirements. They should have some friendly instruments, not to hinder the development of social enterprises, but to help them. But let's say, well, our relationship with our incubators is based on mutual trust. That's it. We don't even think of being cheated or the possibility of that. Yeah, mutual trust, because no suspicion, nothing. Yeah, and no, we don't have to impose any additional barriers. No, because no, I think human beings can be much more productive when they know they are being trusted, and if we want to achieve the best, let's establish this trust, and then I think we can really measure the real impact rather than well, give some white lies or whatever. So I think the state should come up with some incentives or some instruments. Again, as I said, they should be made public because lots of information are already existing. Yeah, and there is another question related to it. You are working with private investors who, as you said, yeah, the benefit for them is the impact created by your incubated social enterprises. Do you think that in Lithuania we can start talking about impact investment, which could also be oriented to financial return? Because when we talk about globally developing economies, we see that social enterprises, meaning scale of economy, they can be very economically sustainable. And yeah, so what do you think of that financial return in social enterprises? Well, let's be down to earth, realistic. We don't have examples of that, right? And I talked with one private investor before this presentation, and yes, her foundation, yes, there's a portfolio, meaning some investment it gives back financial returns, some doesn't. But what do we have to do in Lithuania? I think those who have money, their mindset has to change. We very often use either EU funding or maybe public funding, but somebody has to tell them, yeah, yes, we give you the money, but you have to seek this impact. So I think we have to also involve private investors. So it's co-funding, meaning both public or EU funding and private funding. So there's some kind of synergy, because otherwise, if a human being is lazy, as I said, well, let's say private or whatever funding is sometimes funding. Investors are also lazy, and they have to seek some benefit, some bottom line. And in the situation of today, when we have this economic stagnation, it's even more difficult. So we have to look at the portfolio of funding and the origin of the money, and somehow talk to the sources of funders or investors. Thank you very much. And I think it's the last question, very specific about Reach for Change. Our listeners are interested in the following. When will you again launch the call for the new incubator, and when are you going to sort of make your ideas public again? May 14th. We will invite everybody to the picture night. Yeah, 14th of May. Secure, 14th of May. Yes. So the 14th of May, please, those participants will have been selected from a large pool of candidates. And another call for just application for bids, I think will be launched next year, because this is our cycle. In December, we start a new cycle, and then on the 1st of June, we sort of finish it. It's the child's, the day of child's protection. And we'll have new programs for encouraging, well, social enterprises, and learning and consultations also will be provided. But I think uh, I see benefit in just taking part in some longer, let's say, longer teaching, longer process, let's say, in the incubator. Otherwise, we can always talk. Yes, thank you, Jurgita. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for sharing your insights. And now we'll have a break. But before that, Phil.
Thank you very much, Monica, and thank you, Jurgita. So I'm just going to be introducing what's going to be happening after the break. I'm delighted to say that we're absolutely spot on time. After the break, we got a couple of action-packed hours with kind of three main topics that are going to be under discussion. Monica is going to be introducing each of the speakers and also moderating the question and answers after that. The first topic for discussion is around social impact bonds and their application in Lithuania. And then the second topic for discussion will be around impact procurements and models for implementation in Lithuania. So the idea of procuring through public services, services that will deliver social impact. And then the last discussion and presentation will be around social investment in Lithuania. So we've got representatives from the Ministry for Social Security and Labour and also the European Social Fund Agency who will be discussing the developments on that front. So we're going to have a short break now for about 30 minutes. So we'll see you on the other side where Monica will be welcoming you. So thank you very much and see you soon.
Welcome, everybody. Hope you did enjoy your lunch, and we are truly going back to Lithuania, and this part of the session of the forum will be dedicated to Lithuania and also innovative instruments to speed up the process of social innovations. Now we'll be talking and listening about bonds, then about impact procurement, and later on, just transfer public services and the importance and contribution of NGOs. So allow me to give the floor to Neringa Morkvienė from the Ministry of Finance, and Neringa will be talking about social impact bonds. When we talk about social impact bonds in Lithuania, we were thinking of this programming, just period of EU funding, the current period. But actually, we started to be more active in 2018 when the Minister of Finance, together with Invega and the Minister of Social Security and Labor, started to cooperate with the Finnish organization Sitra, and we also were happy to be included in the first meetings when Sitra, the Finnish experts, were talking about the value, let's say, of cooperation, of the bonds, of social bonds, impact bonds, and about the value of cooperation. But allow Neringa to explain everything in greater detail. Welcome, everybody. I'm Neringa Morkvienė from the Ministry of Finance, and I'm going to talk today about social impact investment. Can you see my slides? Shall we start? No. First and foremost, why should we care for impact? Why are we talking about that today? And why are we talking about impact investment or investing? In the first part, I'll give you just some background information so you understand why this is something we have to focus on today and why we decided to get just involved in this program. Why are we really interested in investment? And because the investment, when the impact is strong, then we can really talk about good outcomes. The impact results in what? In change. And this is something that we expect, so that our impact creates a change and leads to change. And of course, why do we need a change? Because we have still many gaps and many problems in our society, be that in a sphere of education or healthcare, in other spheres. And when, let's say, why are we here? And this is a plan of national progress, very ambitious, I would say, goals, and the problems that are being dealt with are very topical and relevant. It's social welfare, it's education, it's healthcare, and the funding is actually targeted for changes. And our actually impact and change originates from very small things. And I'm going to talk about them. Now, let's go further. Lithuania has a strategic vision up to the year 2030, even now, we are heading towards that target. Look at the... we're still lagging behind, let's say, in the global competitiveness index, in the aggregate innovativeness index. We rank as 15th in EU. As to the global competitiveness index, we are number 13 in the EU. So we have to start catching up. So why now? Why talk about that? Just because we find it good to live in Lithuania, but I don't think all of us think like that. And this maybe a prophetic slide, because when we were working on this PP presentation, PowerPoint presentation, that was in the pre-COVID era, and we now, of course, we have probably to change gear. We have to be faster than the changes, and we have to be able to adjust to the situation, to the ever-changing situation of today. And I'm talking about the most important, of course, spheres of life, of our society. And now, again, going further on, it's about EU resources funding in Lithuania. It's going down, the amounts are going down, and this will be less than 6 billion euros. So I'm talking about the period 2021. Yeah, it will go down by 2.6 billion euros. 2021, 2027. So we have to be innovative to step out of the comfort zone, because we cannot be dependent on the EU funding. This will not be the case in the future. Now, here in this slide, I'd like to show you the guidelines for the future. A more socially responsible Lithuania, a greener Lithuania, a more progressive Lithuania, and a Lithuania which will be closer to all the citizens. And this is the EU investment program for the period 2021-2027. So again, which leads us back to the social impact investment. Well, why talk about social impact investment? Why is that important? Why has it become a priority? In what way does it differ from traditional investment? Why impact investment? And what's the difference between social impact investment and just philanthropic investment? Well, we talking well, here we're talking about both financial return and social benefit, and the two components have to result in the impact, desired impact. And look at this slide now, and I would like to focus on the slide and explain to you the mechanism of how it works, meaning impact investment. This is a model. We have a social problem, for example. Meaning take education, take inadequate just knowledge of our school children, take healthcare, somewhat belated diagnosis of many diseases. Lots of just people who are sick with one or another just disease. Well, in most important spheres of life, I would say we see that there is still abundance of problems. And then I'll talk about the global practice. And the institution, whatever the municipality could be, has to identify the problems, or the organization which is interested in coping with these problems. And what is needed is investor who would be interested in finding a solution. Let's say how to integrate more immigrants into the labor market. The greater the inclusion or integration, the better for us, because this additional labor force. There was a shortage of labor force before the crisis hit us. However, let's not forget that let's say, this could be an additional motivation factor for the investor. Investor is the element providing funds to execute the model. And impact bonds, there are, social impact bonds is the mechanism to implement this mechanism, meaning it's the investor, the public authority who is interested in finding the solution to a certain problem, and service provider, meaning the NGO, which, currently, the common opinion is, where do those bureaucrats and the minister understand? They're so far away from our people. They never know what is happening. So in this particular model, we would give the service providers, meaning the NGOs, to come up with their solution to the problem. If they have some excellent solution, if they see certain elements which could bridge the gap, which could contribute towards reducing, meaning just eliminating the problem. So I think it's in everybody's interest. And then the investor might agree to invest, and the public authority could say, yes, we're ready to solve this problem, but we cannot possibly waste money, meaning that we will pay only when for the outcomes and for certain indicators. Even though it sounds complicated enough, but it's not that difficult. When the three meet together, they agree on establishing the SIC model, social impact bond model, to solve the problem. And lots of possible ways of how to do that, from early diagnosis in healthcare to education, reach out and just for all the school children, embracing the rural area. But we have to talk about indicators, about statistically measured things which could be measured, and for the actually accomplishment of or reaching those outcomes or desired results, the state pays back the investor. And when we talk about profit, where does profit come from in this model? Example, early diagnostics. If we diagnose diabetes early enough, and if we teach a person how to live further on, so we can save money from and if the school children's achievements are adequate and satisfactory, and if they can actually seek higher education and achieve good results in the labor market, so we can see that it's a payback. And but not all the indicators can be reached in a short-term period. And sometimes it's quite difficult to calculate them or measure them. When we were developing the first SIC, social impact bond, we try to identify the objective indicators and the ways of measuring them. So if we solve a certain problem, meaning we save the public money, and the investor gets all the money back, the money which he or she has contributed into funding this SIC model. And the state also gets a benefit because the money, the funds have been saved. Whereas the investor receives not only the money back, but also the bottom. What happens if the problem has not been solved or not fully solved? In this case, that's written contractual, just obligations, meaning the investor is interested in the programs which are objective, profitable, and which could actually lead to certain achievable results and outcomes. And in this way, we could somehow deal with the non-effective just allocation of funds. This is kind of a trilateral team that we create, which can contemplate, meaning on the effectiveness of these problems and whether they have been SIBs worldwide where investor has lost the funding. Yes, there have been cases like that, but to the best of my knowledge, not that many, very few. And most programs implemented on the basis of SIB, they are profitable and they ensure a return to the investor. One practical example, one of the first SIBs was integration of the convicts, ex-convicts into the society. And on this slide, you can see how it's practically implemented. Ex-convicts, after they have served their sentence, if they are not integrated, well, the probability is very high that they will end up again, in some criminal activities. And if we want them to be fully integrated in the society, if we want them to become full members of society and to get some income, we have to do something about it, meaning, and they could also contribute to the labor market. So how can we deal with that? SIB, in this case, social impact bond mechanism, could set the goal, meaning, let's say, to reduce the number of returnees or those retaining to the to prisons by half. Okay. And this could mean that such a SIB is successful. And then that we can talk about the payback, and the investor can be given the money back. And also, the profit could be shared with the investor. Otherwise, if this objective has not been reached, then it's a non-effective SIB. But as I said, all the NGOs which come up with some ideas, they really they justify their programs. They substantiate the program, so it's they give some justification for that. What else can I say about the benefit of social impact investment? We can measure the impact, meaning in the sphere of education, the number of children achieving better results. And all the models of SIBs are oriented to a social benefit, meaning the problems which cannot be dealt with in a centralized manner, or programs which do not have to be dealt with in a systematic just way, but meaning maybe that's a problem occurring in one city or one region. We don't have to, as I said, to take a holistic approach of the whole territory of Lithuania, but also we have to talk about social benefit, and we have to orient ourselves for the outcome. Because if the model is not effective enough, it will not give us benefit. But then, if we don't achieve a certain outcome, we don't pay for that. And deferring or canceling the payment, meaning that's one more opportunity, because the state doesn't pay in advance, but we can we can pay only for certain outcomes based on the statistical data when we do see a real social benefit and impact. Now, talking about the way of attracting private funds, well, could be a wide range from local companies to huge corporations. Lately, at least up to the COVID crisis, we could see the interest coming from huge corporation on to somehow increase to improve social welfare and to get greater social benefit. And as I said, this is the gist of the social impact investment. On this slide, at least for me personally, some interesting information is written. It's the situation, global situation. The information was taken from the UK website. You see the address, social finance, org UK, and it has globally it says 138 SIBs are being implemented, and this actually made an impact to more than 1 million persons, and the amount of the project is the funding is 405 million euros, and it's let's say integration, as I said, of ex-convicts, and for every person integrated, an employed person, meaning be that an ex-convict or an immigrant, money is being paid for on an individual basis. And it's one of the most popular, I would say, SIBs. I personally, I'm more interested in education-related SIBs because they focus on the most vulnerable, I would say, persons. Let's say in Israel, there is a SIB which, let's say, is, well, it focuses on student achievements and mathematical just achievements in some region of school children where, the students were underperforming. So the SIB was created just to help those school children improve their skills. And we can talk about both the societal benefit and this benefit to the municipality in question. I don't understand why such a similar SIB could not possibly be applied in Lithuania. Let's say if we want to improve our school children's achievements, and in that particular SIB in Israel, about 600 persons were sort of focused on. In Mannheim, Germany, also 48 was households. That was a target group, and when they had children, those families were given support to develop their child rearing skills. In The Hague, there is a SIB, the mission of which is as follows. When a certain target group of families, 250, are taught financial literacy, not to become indebted. And meaning if parents are indebted, then it's kind of contagious. They pass over this problem to their children. It's generational. So again, going back to Lithuania, what is our ambition? What are our goals? We actually cooperate with the European Investment Bank, asking them to come up with the feasibility study, but that's not enough. We also are looking for we want to establish the first SIB in Lithuania. We're trying to identify the sphere, And so we start SIB pilot projects. Unfortunately, the COVID crisis has become an obstacle, something we did not expect, but the first SIB is, as I said, on the way. It's in progress, yeah. And the last slide, the last but not the least, but of course, is it says that effective investment into strengthening children's health would pay back. And there was some coverage in our just portals, and saying that if we invest into strengthening, improving children's health, let's say the payback would be quite significant, and that would create an added value. And only 40% as of today of Lithuanian population think their health is okay, and this is the lowest possible indicator in the EU. At least that's what this article said. So we think, yes, that European Commission and OECD actually, yes, also identified that this is a priority for Lithuania. Yes, so that was all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you, Neringa. Just a short question, because we only have a couple of minutes. Can you betray a secret to us? What is being planned? You were talking about the SIB, and if you cannot do that right now, if it's confidential, so when can this information be made public? The first SIB, I think, it depends on more initiative people, more ambitious people, and together with the Ministry of Social Security and Labor and the Ministry of Finance, will try to implement it in the sphere of refugees and immigrants. That's all I would like to say. These are the plans. So we'll see what the future holds in store. Yeah, refugees and immigrants. And if when we can, we'll give you the more information. One more question. Don't you see any risk regarding the private investors? Because in Lithuania, we don't have the experience when private investors are likely to invest into social impact. I'm not talking about philanthropic ambitions. We have not yet started talking with private investors about these issues, but we are quite optimistic because there are huge companies which have their just funds, and they are ready to investment funds and feel like investing into social welfare. Right now, we see the problem in identifying objective indicators rather than talking and finding private investors. Thank you, Neringa. And now, again, it's my pleasure to present to you the other speakers and transfer of public services and also impact procurement. Yeah, Daina will be given the floor, and Jolanta Baltodonytė from Kaunas municipality. Daina, that's the head of Avilys Lietuva, and she already in the very beginning, she talked about the guide of transferring public services by the organization Versli Lietuva. And right now, well, to walk the talk, actually, Versli Lietuva has launched 2 pilot projects, Kaišiadorys and Kaunas, and Daina will be talking about that today. And Jolanta will be more specifically explaining the pilot project in Kaunas municipality and the challenges they face. Daina, you're welcome.
Hello, everybody, once again. We're really pleased to see all of you here. You didn't leave after lunch. And now I'm going to make my presentation, but it makes it difficult for me because I might incur some technical difficulties. Why don't we start? I would like to see my first slide. So everything seems to be okay. Thank you, Monica. Like we mentioned, Versli Lietuva has prepared a very innovative new product, and we are really concerned, and we would like to see how it goes on further. Our project was focusing on the transfer of public services and opening possibilities for social business. So now in the majority of the strategic documents of Lithuania, that's Lithuanian Progress Strategy 2030 and also National Progress Program, and in other documents, it's being claimed that there is a need to transfer the public services to social businesses and NGOs and the like. And the plan was to reach at least 15% so that these services are given into the hands of the communities, to the private sector, NGOs, but as I know, this plan was not met. Why this transfer? Why was it so important? And what is the aspiration? So the transfer of these services tries to achieve a twofold result. First of all, there's more better impact of public services, better quality, and costs are supposed to go down. And there's also the effect that we are awaiting that is going to go next to what we are doing, and the level should be much better now. Let me quote on another slide. As there's very many public services that are provided by municipalities, we wanted to develop a tool for them so that the municipalities could manage and master the process of public services that have to be transferred, and this would encourage them to go into innovations. Our major goal was to encourage public procurement in the public sector. In this process, which we are working on with the specialists in ecosystems, we organized different events. We looked into best practices. This guide was developed in April, and we are submitting and then we're talking about the ways to transfer those services. There's also description of tools, different measures, etc. All the necessary documents for municipalities have to be given and provided so that they can take care of this. That is, they have to go into public procurement. Why did we start this? It's not only that because it's enshrined in many strategic documents of Lithuania, but our major goal is and was to open up innovations in public sector. What are we aspiring to achieve with this transfer of public services? The most important goal is to buy measurable results instead of processes and activities. This is a very important aspect because transfer of public services means that the impact of the services is going to be much higher. What does it mean for the municipalities? And that is they will be able to plan the need and they will become a measure that will help to implement the plans that the municipalities have to. and they will take into consideration the needs of the bigger circles of society and community. And the goal is to buy measurable results. I would like to focus once more on this. Now, what are what is the difference in those results, compared to the way we used to do this, so this is not measurable in time. This is not the number of trainings conducted or number of people that were given certain tools or people that were given jobs. I want to say that these results are related to qualitative indicators instead of quantitative. And of course, those qualitative indicators are difficult to measure, pretty complicated to measure them. And there are different methodologies that are used. The methodology of the theory of changes, they are applied in a very interesting way because all the planning is conducted from it's a totally different approach because the theory is conducted starting from the end to the beginning, and there's a very good example. At the very start, we have long-term impact results. For example, there is a certain target group, let's say children or students. They have better possibilities to get employment or start their businesses, and then the level of unemployment as a result will increase, and this has a long-term effect. Then intermediary results, because most of the processes that are related with social aspects are very long-term. Therefore, we have to have interim indicators and also short-term results. Short-term results, in this example at least, we're talking about students, also children. They improve their writing and reading skills. And when those results are established and identified, then the different periods of time are established and defined, also the indicators for measuring all of this. And then later on, we are talking about the resources that will have to be provided. Once again, I would like to reiterate that it's very important to talk about interim results, because otherwise, it might be very difficult to manage and control the process because of force majeure. Well, now at this time, we are in the phase of force majeure. Long-term initiatives very often are pushed aside or postponed. But it should not go like this, and it should not impact the result. So what do we find in our guide? In our guide, we have a toolkit for municipalities. They will be able to use those, and there are 6 ways of transfer of public procurement documents and guidelines, and there's also public procurement documents, guidelines, etc. We saw that municipalities try to avoid to go into public procurement because they think that this is something that is not safe, and they are also afraid to make mistakes. There's also methods of the measuring and estimating the impact, and there's different funding sources with the reference to budgetary or European funds coming from the European Union, etc., in order to get the money. Also, we have good lawyers, we were given very many consultations, the analysis of the gaps in legislation, like the understanding of the economic activity. It is not quite clear. And there's different approaches or different understanding of it, also making profit as well as other issues. A year ago, the guide was prepared, developed, and what happened next. There's all important information that was that existed, but for the guide to be not to become yet another document, and well, so that it does not go into the drawers. Last year, we started 2 pilot projects in 2 municipalities. Now, these pilot projects, what are they? In reality, we wanted to try out how it works, and hopefully we can learn from possible mistakes and bring in corrections to our documents, and it gives a chance for us to take part, to be close to what is happening in order to have a possibility to provide counseling for other municipalities that would follow up. What are the challenges? We started talking, and we were talking to with municipalities. What did we see? We were trying to find the reasons why the transfer of services is so slow. And what did we see? We saw that people lack many things. First of all, the staff does not have the necessary knowledge, they don't have the necessary experience how to transfer those services. At the same time, there's unwillingness to change. Sometimes, well, people are afraid to experiment. They say, I'm afraid, I don't, well, it's difficult to undertake something new. In Lithuania, encouragement and inducement and good examples are scarce in Lithuania. And well, yeah, we should try to say that, yeah, it works, and it's important from the financial point of view. And here on this slide, you see the major challenges that we could talk about when we were talking with municipalities. The different way of procuring or purchasing the impact, also how to ensure good quality instead of quantity, and also how to buy the result, trying the principles of economic effectiveness. Another challenge was also the one that municipalities are talking about, but some of them already are doing this. It was very difficult, to take the role of somebody that has to assess the services. And in general, we don't have the sufficient number of service providers, and we have to talk to social businesses as well as municipalities, NGOs, etc. We want to encourage them. Also, we would like to encourage businesses to take over this. And our pilot projects, as I already mentioned, were implemented, and they're still ongoing. They are long-term projects. We're talking about Kaunas city and Kaišiadorių region. The size of municipalities is different. That was deliberately done. We wanted to have a bigger municipality, a smaller municipality, in order to show, how it goes. And during the pilot phase, training was provided, experts were giving help, but in organizing public procurement, lawyers were taken on board, and the task for the municipalities was to identify major social problems that are topical in those 2 municipalities. Then the theory of change was taken into consideration, and also monitoring. At least in the Kaišiadorys, they are carrying out monitoring, and they're trying to improve the provision of the service. Now, talking about need of pilot projects and what is an economic effect to be expected. The example of the United Kingdom shows that when the services are transferred to NGOs, means that there's huge savings. And if we start counting from 2018, what was the potential size of the economy at that time? 240 million euros. So if we could buy those services from businesses, from NGOs, that would account for 700 million euros. So this means that they could save about 10% of social services, and in the long run, 30%. So this saving would account for 12 to 15 million euros within a year. And this is a very considerable amount, talking about Lithuanian scale. So what do we expect? We expect that this project will provide us practice, that is, we will acquire practice, how to buy results, that is impact, instead of activities. Well, how did this go? Well, I'm talking about those pilot projects. The municipalities had to name what the problems were. They had to describe this, foreign experts were taken on board. Next was the compilation of theory of changes. Indicators had to be identified, and the third phase was public procurement that they are not happy with, and social impact agreement had to be drawn. Very often I get a question: what is the impact that these two municipalities that were taking part in the pilot project decided to buy? Both municipalities have chosen very different or quite different impacts. And at the same time, the services were complicated. Kaišiadorys municipality were focusing on the social and economic integration of people with different disabilities, and the major impact, the result should be the increasing the skills, for these people, so that they can act for themselves, by themselves, And the Kaunas city municipality, they had some other ambitious goals, and in Kaunas case, they want to reduce the social housing. And we are following how things are going on, and we would like to wish them the best of success and the best of the result. What did we learn when we started working with municipalities? We saw that it's mission that is possible. It's possible to organize the procurement of public services and apply the methods of public procurement. And they could see that it's possible to identify and identify long-term impact also. And what is also interesting in this innovative way of procurement is that we see the scheme of twofold pay for the services. And there's either a bonus that is given or it is not given. If the result exceeds the expectations, so the business can get extra revenue and they can get a bonus for that, for the result. Yet another way, which in Lithuania is not widely spread,
ką mes ir patys išmokome ir beje net ir savo vykdomose viešuosiuose pirkimuose dabar daugiau
and now
taikysim, tai
when
būtent
we
taikyti
do
rinkos
the public
konsultacijas.
procurement, we
Labai džiugu,
use
kad ir kitos
this tool,
savivaldybės,
that is
matydamos
market
tas gerąsias
consultations.
Kauno ir
Other
Kaišiadorys
municipalities, they
savivaldybių
see
patirtis
that
jau
the
kreipėsi į
experience
būdą
in Kaunas and
konsultacijų.
in Kaišiadorys is
Todėl
quite
manome,
good.
kad
The situation is quite good. You know,
būtent
they want
viešųjų
to go
paslaugų
into
perduotų
consultations,
būdu
and well,
jų
we
tikrai turėtų
think that
daugėti.
there will be
Ir
more
vakar irgi
municipalities
buvo
that
merų
will take over
konferencija.
this
Ir aš taip pat
initiative. And
reklamavau
there was a
ir mano
conference of
pozicija
mayors
tai yra tokia, kad
in Lithuania.
apskritai net ir verslo
Well,
skatinimo
I can
išėjimo iš šios
say that
ekonominės krizės
the
kaip viena iš
inducement
plano
of
priemonių, tai
businesses
turėtų
as
būti
one
daugiau
of the measures
finansavimo, daugiau
of the
dėmesio
plan, perhaps
socialiniam verslui ir
this
daugiau
is
dėmesio savivaldybės turėtų
this should be
daugiau labai
focusing
intensyvinti
should
savo
be
viešųjų
focused
pirkimų
on the
iš
public
verslo
procurement by
apimtis, todėl kad
municipalities,
tai
and they should
taip
increase
pat ir padės mūsų ekonomikai
those amounts,
atsigauti daug
and
greičiau.
this
Ir
would help
paskutinė
our
žinutė
economy to
ir
recover
rezultatas
much faster.
aiškesnis, ką
And the
mes
result
perkam,
is going to be
tačiau taip
clear
pat ir
what
ekonomikai tai
we
yra
are
didesnė
procuring,
įtaka.
and
Ir
there's more,
paskutinė skaidrė,
there's a higher impact on
norėčiau
the
jūsų taip
economy.
pat jums irgi
And now
pristatyti,
my last
kad
slide.
Versli Lietuva šiuo metu kartu su partneriais, su keliais
I want
partneriais
to
iš
say that
socialinio
together
verslo
with some other
ekosistemos
partners,
mes pradėjome vykdyti taip pat
we
ir socialinio verslo
started
skatinimą
working
Panevėžio ir Klaipėdos regionuose. Ir
on
šių projektų
so that
strateginiai
these activities are
siekiai yra
undertaken in
būtent
Panevėžys and
prisidėti prie
other
socialinio verslo
areas and regions,
ekosistemos
so
Lietuvoje
that we
kūrimo
contribute
ir
to the
stiprinimo,
establishment and strengthening of the
remiant ir patį
ecosystem in
socialinį
Lithuania.
verslą
We would like to
ir
support, of course,
socialinį
the
dialogą
business
bei
as such. Also,
partnerystę.
social dialogue and
Tačiau
partnership
taip
is
pat šiame
fostered
projekte
this way.
labai
In
svarbus
this
akcentas
project,
yra ir
what is in focus
plėtoti viešųjų
is
paslaugų
this: to
perdavimą.
expand and to
Taigi,
encourage
jeigu taip
the
rezumuojant, aišku,
transfer
šio
of
projekto uždavinys yra labai
public
konkretus taip pat
procurement.
rodikliai.
So the
Tai taip pat
indicators are very
skatinti
clearly
įvairių
laid
socialinio
out,
verslo
and
iniciatyvų atsiradimą ir
there's also
vystimąsi.
inducement and
Ir
encouragement
mūsų
of
rezultatas
other
mes planuojame,
initiatives,
kad per 2
and
metus kaip
we
šio
believe
projekto
that
pasekmė
as a
įsisteigs
consequence of
30
this
naujų
project,
verslų
there's going to be about
Panevėžyje ir
30
Klaipėdoje. Na ir mes
businesses in
tikimės, kad
Panevėžys and
iš
in
tikrųjų
Klaipėda.
mūsų visos
And we
Lietuvos
believe
savivaldybės
that all
na, jau
Lithuanian
tikrai greitai
municipalities
tikrai
pretty
turėtų
quickly
iš ko
should
pirkti tas viešasias
have a
perduodamas
possibility
paslaugas ir aš
to
labai
buy
tikiu,
the
kad mes
public
išmoksime
services
pirkti
that
poreikį,
are
nes
to be
kas yra
transferred,
poreikis?
and we
Poreikis tai yra
will
tiesiog
learn
geresnis
to
tų
uh,
mūsų socialinių grupių
procure
gyvenimas.
impact,
Ačiū
which
Jums.
means that the life of socially marginalized groups is going to be better. Thank you.
Norėtume truputėlį tada
We would
perduoti
like
žodį
to
iš
give the
Dainos į
floor,
Jolantą,
that is
kad
from
Jolanta
Daina to
pasidalintų
Jolanta.
Kauno miesto
We would like
savivaldybės
Jolanta to
patirtimi,
talk about the
kaip jiems
experience
sekėsi
of
dėl
Kaunas
pilotinio
municipality and how did they succeed.
Sveiki, labai džiugu, kad šiuo periodu girdžiuosi jau, tikiuosi.
I hope you can hear
Labai
me.
džiugu, kad šiuo periodu visgi pavyksta mums ir susitikti, kad ir nuotoliniu būdu ir
Well,
pabendrauti.
isn't it great that we can communicate even if it's online? But we have heard so many great ideas. We shared our experience, we gained insights. Allow me to give you, in a nutshell, some explanation as to the Kaunas pilot project, because we had from the grant making we had to jump to social innovation investment. So, background information.
Tai kaip didžioji dalis ir viskas jau gerai. Kaip ir
Here we
didžioji
go.
dalis greičiausiai būtent ypač socialinių paslaugų sferoje ir santykiuose su
Well,
nevyriausybinėmis
in terms
organizacijomis.
of social services and NGOs, we started, of course, from the so-called project-based funding on grants. It's okay. It's strengthening NGOs, yes, but in the course of time, when we already have some services established, there are certain problems sort of related to this project-based funding, because funding can only be given to a certain group of beneficiaries, etc. And meaning there is little feedback, because meaning what we missed was, as I said, feedback. Also, we needed some more feedback from the beneficiaries of these services. So we understood that we actually have to reorient ourselves, both in terms of service providers and service beneficiaries, in order to achieve the social impact. That's the only way to go forward. And it goes without saying that we have to know what the needs are, what we have in our city, in our country, in the region, etc. What problems our population identifies as major problems, and all meaning that when we talk about, let's say, municipal and public institutions, yes, that's number one. The steady funding, they have a strong administrative part, etc. And whereas NGOs and private institutions, yeah, they are more flexible, but they're not so strong in the administration. So what do we have today? In terms of the ways of acquiring or procuring services, and how do we choose these ways? Let's say, most often than not, we use the public procurement of services. And if we find out that something was not quite effective, so of course we understand that it has to be more innovative. And then to achieve that, we use a program-based funding, both program-based funding and public procurement method to buy services have both the advantages and disadvantages. Let's say we talk about program-based or just project-based funding. It also is related to some, let's say, the strong point is that, yes, we can be more flexible, we can talk about a wider just circle of services. But on the other hand, the smooth funding of various scopes of activities of the NGOs is not ensured in this way. Continuity of service is not also issues. And how can we possibly know what's the benefit? We cannot measure it. Talking about innovative services. Same can be said about the public just procurement in providing services. Okay, we know what the beneficiaries are, and on the other hand, we are talking about a more narrow circle of service providers, and also it's difficult to choose the services, meaning we have to be tied to the very stringent requirements. Yeah. So, meaning the provision of services via public procurement, as I said, we started with standard procurement, one just contract, one winner, and the service is quite clear. Then we started trying with preliminary agreements or contracts, several winners, then you mix agreement, etc. We started innovative ways. And this is how we came to the innovative procurement. Because if you want to buy a specific service for a specific group of beneficiaries, we have to know the tariffs, the prices, and we want to use something new, not just well, to achieve more desirable impact and outcomes for the service beneficiaries, because we have to make an impact and a change. And then if beneficiaries get a certain benefit, then both the municipality and the beneficiaries are happy. So, as I said, now we've come to innovative procurement, and we understood the possible benefit of procuring services via public procurement. Meaning, when we want to provide such services which are well adjusted, well matched to the needs of service beneficiaries. So, why do we need innovative, procurement? And why are we talking about the choice of services to procure impact? Are we talking about a problem which cannot be solved? Don't we understand the need? Don't we know how we can possibly deal with that need? What basically is our ambition? How can we do that? Who can do that? And how do we know whether we succeeded or maybe we failed? How do we know that we have reached some added value? When we started cooperating with Versli Lietuva, Enterprise Lithuania, we began identifying the problem, the process, well, up to the innovative purchasing. We made a list of problems that we want to solve, and but basically we're not sure how to deal with that problem. And more specifically, our target group was the families renting social housing in Kaunas municipality. So we thought that to reduce this kind of need, we have to develop the social, labor-related and other skills of those families. We have to give them support so that they can get some income and will no longer need social housing. But again, we had problem to change our own mindset as well, because social housing, everybody understands that. Well, we understand the social housing is given to families which are indebted or problematic families, marginalized families, but we never actually really go deeper into identifying the root causes of why a certain family should need social housing and how can we possibly prevent that. And this is a major problem. We have to support those people. Maybe we have to give them temporary help. Or if we're talking about elderly persons to whom it's more difficult to sort of move to other housing. Well, there are different persons, but we did not launch the labor market, the market study or whatever. No. First and foremost, we actually gathered some of us who were related in one way or another to these problems. So, and we also invited those persons who are waiting in line for social housing and the families which already were living in social housing. And this experience, by the way, was invaluable. Why? Because sometimes the mindset, the negative preconceived notions that we have of people living in social housing is wrong, it's very wrong. Meaning we have to change our views, our attitude. We have to give proper support, adequate support. So, as I said, the first stage was for us to understand the root causes, why certain families need social housing. The second stage was to come up with the market analysis, meaning what we expect, what kind of services should be provided, and of course we asked our beneficiaries, potential beneficiaries, to help us in that. We were in several meetings, and it was, I think, most beneficial to both of us, to all the parties involved, because this interchange of experiences, insights, help us understand each other's attitude, how we could possibly achieve the desired outcome. And this really helped us. This really shed light on the root causes. So, what was our main goal? Yes, the service, yes. It consists of the main goal and interim goals. So the main goal is what? To develop the person's or family's social skills and to empower the families to live economically, not depending on social support. And also the interim objectives or goals would be just giving up various harmful just habits, could be alcohol abuse or whatever, also developing social skills, active participation in the labor market, just upgrading the skills or qualification training by finding a job. I mean, even setting up a business on one's own. The main goal was to make sure that a person or family becomes a full member of the society without depending on social support. And because at the beginning there was a lot of opposition, they thought we wanted them to sort of leave social housing, and they said we have no place to go. No, we wanted empowerment. That's the main goal. The challenges that we were confronted with. Of course, lack of experience. There were more questions than answers. We're afraid to make mistakes, and mismatch between the root causes and the legal sort of framework of our country. Of course, we have to sort of slow down because of the COVID crisis, but we'd like to speed up the process. Yolanta, sorry, yes, but we're sort of lagging behind, and we don't have time for questions right now. We can only hope that the other municipalities will follow suit, and that, or maybe social, well, just partners, will be more active in actually making or forming partnerships with the municipalities. And I am quite sure that you will explain your experience and you will help them. And Versli Lietuva, I know that it will always help those who want to create change. And the last part of our forum, of the session and the presentation is, well, now I'll be honest with you. When I heard about it, I thought, yes, this is what Lithuania needs, really, and what social enterprises need, or those initiatives which are interested in creating a change and the impact need. So, my pleasure to present the social innovation platform. And we're talking here about the product of the social security and labor ministry, also social European Social Fund Agency. Yeah? So, without again much further ado, I'm going to invite the Vice Minister of the Social Security and Labor Ministry and Bingelis, and also Krutulita from the Social Fund Agency. You're welcome.
Sveiki. Nežinau, ar girdit mane? Tikiuosi girdit. Gerai, nykštys reiškia,
Hello,
kas girdit.
everybody.
Nežinau, čia skaidrės dar kažkokios mūsų turėtų būti. Nežinau, ar
I
jos
think
rodo.
we have the slides.
dabar rodo
Yes,
skaidrės.
here
Okay,
the
fine.
slides are.
Tai šiandien, ką
Today,
mes kartu su Viktorija pristatysime, aš gal šiek tiek
myself and
aptakiau ir
Victoria,
konceptualiai, o
we will
Viktorija būtent apie techninį
talk
gyvendinimą
about,
ir iššūkius, kuriuos
well,
turime.
I'm going to talk
Tai
about the
perjungiu
concept, and
skaidrę
Victoria
nuotoliniu būdu
will be
kažkaip.
talking about
Persijungia,
practical
puiku,
things.
minties gale. Tai yra keli momentai. Mes
There's
matome
a
tam
few things to be
tam
mentioned.
tikrus iššūkius ir
We see
problemas
certain challenges and
ypatingai
problems
socialinėje srityje,
in
tai
the
organizacijas
social
dalyvaujančias mūsų projektiniuose
sphere,
konkursuose, su
and
iššūkiais,
the
kur susiduria
organizations
administraciniais ir
that
taip toliau.
overcome
Matome, kad tam
challenges.
tikros priemonės,
We see
jos
that there are
tiek
certain
komplikuotai
measures
vyksta, arba
are so
organizacijos teikdamos
complicated,
paraiškas nurodo kažkokius tai dalykus,
organizations
skaičius,
that hand
darbo
in
valandas.
applications,
Iš mūsų patikrų, ką
they
mes matome,
are not
kad
happy.
28%,
We
tai
conduct
vienas iš
checks and
trijų
we
maždaug
see that one of
atvejų
three,
nerandame
that is the
nei
28%,
dirbančių darbuotojų, nei
there's
dalyvių.
nobody
Tai yra vienas iš
present,
trijų
there's
atvejų,
no
kai mes sakome, kad
participants and
organizacijos labai
nobody
puikiai
that
viską
is
vykdo ir čia
working. Now we
pristatė
say that
situaciją, tai
the
matome,
organizations
kad
are doing
organizacijos
well, they
įpareigojimai yra
register,
kartais
etc.
neadekvatus.
But we see that
Į
the
veiklą
result,
susirenka
it's not
50-60% dalyvių. Tai
quite
dar
so.
tiek, kiek
And
Viktorija su
about
kolegomis sugeba
60% of people
patikrinti
show up
tų
when there's some
parašų,
activities that are
kiekvienai lapų
organized.
surašo ir dar gali būti, kad tas
And
realus
some
procentas
of
yra dar
them,
mažesnis.
they don't even put their
Koks yra
signature.
tikslas, tai yra transformuoti patį mūsų priėjimą ir
And
pabandyti
the
papilotuoti
goal
kitaip
is we
mūsų
have to somehow
įgyvendinamas
deal
priemonės.
differently. I'm
Ir
talking
gal
about the
vienas iš
measures
tokių
that
pavyzdžių
we
yra
want
tas
to
vadinamasis
implement.
Pirmas Blynas,
And one of the
kurie
examples is
standartiniai
Pirmas
tie
Blynas,
finansavimo mechanizmai,
the
ar tai
standard
būtų per
funding
konkursinės
mechanisms
priemonės
that were
labai
used
nišiniai veiklai arba
for niche
per
activities.
viešuosius pirkimus
There's a
tiesiog yra
project funding
neįmanomi
that
arba
is okay.
nežinau,
Also
per
public
daug sudėtingi
procurement, but
sukurti.
that could
Tai
be or should, yeah, that
šiandienos tavo
would
diskusija
be
ir
too
mūsų
complicated.
pristatymas,
So
ką mes
today
turėsime,
we're
tai yra
going
apie tai,
discussion
vat,
and our
mūsų tą naują
presentation. We're going
platformą,
to
kuri
talk
galėtų
about our new platform,
tapti pasiteisinusi
which
praktika,
I
kurią mes
believe that
galėtume naudoti
will be
ateities
justifiable,
priemonėse,
and we're going to
ypatingai
use it
21-27
in the
Europos Sąjungos
future,
investicijų periode.
in the
Viktorija,
next
perduodu tau
period of
vairą ir kadangi
funding.
Viktorija bus šitos
Now,
priemonės
Victoria is going
smegenys,
to be
rankos ir
the
visi
brain
dalykai, tai
and the
pristatys
hands
išsamiau.
and everything,
Viktorija, prašau.
is going to
Ir
be
kita skaidrė tuo pačiu.
done
Jau,
by
gerai.
Victoria. Now, Victoria will speak.
Sveiki visi, tikiuosi mane puikiai
Hello, I
girdite, tai
believe
ačiū
all of
Eitvydai.
you
Ir
can
nuo ko man
hear
norisi
me.
pradėti, tai kad beveik
I'd like to
daugiau kaip prieš
start
pusę metų mano
from the
akimis
following.
Socialinės apsaugos ir darbo
Half a
ministerija
year
priėmė labai
ago,
drąsų sprendimą.
the Ministry of
Ir priėmė
Social
sprendimą
Security and
avansų
Labor made a
mūsų
very
organizacijai suteikti
brave
didžiulį pasitikėjimo
decision
kreditą, kad mes
to give
sugebėsime
an
sukurti.
advance credit
Ir
for
šiuo metu
the
galvoju,
future
kad
that we're
tinkamiausias
going to
žodis yra
do
tiesiog
this.
kitokį
But
finansavimo
now
mechanizmą.
I
Kad mes
will
sugebėsim
use
jį
the word
sukurti
a
ir
different
išvystyti.
funding
Tai
mechanism
tikrai
that
ačiū
we
jiems,
are
mane
going to
tas labai
develop
džiugina
and
šita nauja sfera.
provide.
Tai kągi, mes gavome baltą
We
popieriaus
got
lapą ir teisę kurti.
blank
Ir
sheet
šalia
of
to
paper and the
ministerija
possibility
liko nuostabus
to do
partneris, kuris
something,
šitą kelią
to
dabar eina
create.
kartu su mumis.
And the
Ir
ministry now is
kai tu
involved
gauni
in
naują
this
baltą
together with
popieriaus
us.
lapą
So when you get
ir
a
pradedi
blank
kurti ir supranti, kad liaudies išmintis
sheet of
neatėjo šiaip
paper,
sau veltui
well,
ir
you
kad vienas
understand
lauke nekarys.
that
Tai pirmas
well,
žingsnis, kurį mes
there is
norime
nobody
žengti
that
ir jį
can
jau
do
darysime
things
šį
by
mėnesį,
himself or
tai
herself.
pakviesime
So we are
skėtinės
going to
organizacijas, kurios vienija
take on
nevyriausybinės
board
organizacijas,
umbrella
verslo subjektus,
organizations, different other
specialistus, tapti mūsų
organizations,
projekto
business
partneriais.
partners,
Kad
to
ne mes
become the
vieni,
partners
ne
for
tik
our
mes su ministerija
project.
kurtume, bet pakviesime
We are not
bendruomenę
going to do this
kurti
all by
įrankį
ourselves.
sau
We
patiems,
have to
toks, kuris
develop a
realiai
tool
atlieptų jų esamus
that
poreikius,
would
kad
be
jis
the
būtų
one that
toks,
would
kokio tikrai jiems reikia.
satisfy everybody, and everybody would
Pagrindinis mūsų kredo ir,
have to
sakyčiau,
feel that
svarbiausias
this is
akcentas šito
something that we
finansavimo
wanted.
mechanizmo, kokį tikrai labai
And
norisi sukurti,
this new funding mechanism and organizations that are really established to provide social services, they have to focus their energy and their attention on this, namely, when they try to find the funding, everything should be okay. How to administer, this should not be asked after that. We want to give them freedom for all the time, for search of innovative solutions. Also, they have to ensure the best services. And we want this instrument to become like this. Therefore, our service provision to our partners, I believe, is going to look like this. What is the innovation, the platform of social innovations? It's a place where organizations meet, those that want to go into experiments, that want to look for sustainable possibilities for the people that are marginalized, that are at risk, social risk, etc. How to make their life better, how to bring them back into the labor market. And they want to sell not the process. It's not the process that they want to sell. They want to sell the impact and the result. So, and if you are the organization that has been thinking about this idea, and you would like to try do things differently, you are the ones that we are waiting to meet you. It's for individuals, it's for public institutions, it's for different other bodies. So we would like to ask you to describe your idea. What problem do you want to resolve? What methods do you want to try out? Which methods you want to apply? And what is most important, what result do you want to create? What impact do you want to bring about? For the community, for society, for our people. And last, what about the money? How much money is needed? And when this sheet of paper is filled in, we will invite you to live meeting before the commission of experts. We want to have a live meeting so that you can explain us what your idea is, etc., etc. When developing the ideas and looking for them, don't look for any limitations, because we're not planning to have ceilings or floors. No. Also, the time duration is up to you. Now, also, how much money is needed. It all depends. It's not important. Please come and sell your idea to us and sell the impact that you want to create. These are two most important things. Those ideas, of course, are for this for the integration of the marginalized people, for the people that are jobless. But the most important thing is for you to bring your idea, to create your idea, and present it to. And there's going to be a panel or a commission, and you will have to explain. And I believe that in Lithuania things will change, and we can have a live meeting. If not, we have to go online. And presenting the idea, those meetings are going to be open to all the people of Lithuania and everybody who is interested in this field. Those for whom it is topical, who can get funding, how much, what result they want to achieve. Follow the information on our website. Also, the Ministry of Social Security and Labor will invite you, and we are planning to include the representatives from NGOs, from businesses, from alumni, Of course, social security and labor representatives have to be with us, as well as ESFA representatives. We would like to invite the representatives from municipalities in those meetings when the people will bring with the ideas in one or another region. So the representatives will be invited so that they know that there are organizations that want to present their ideas, and of course they will take part in the discussions. And well, experts are very important, and also the experience of organizations. So we will try to find the people that are the right experts for the estimation or selection of the best ideas. And we would like to say that we don't want to have very strict deadlines. No strict deadlines. We want to develop ever-changing mechanism. Of course, the project has to have the beginning and the start. So we're talking about like 2022, mid of 22, and the idea is to invite people at least once a month, so that if the organization has an idea, they can come up and start implementing. The organizations that will be selected, we will offer incubation service. What is an incubator? Incubator depends on the complexity of the idea or on the experience of the organization. We will provide our assistance. For example, a mentor might be necessary in the first months of the implementation. Also, counseling or consultations from somebody from from the ministry, from some other areas, And it's going to be very much individual, whether we're going to be talking with the organization, and also we will be trying to find out what support they still need. We want to encourage a feeling of partnership, so that it's us, that give the funding, and say bye-bye, No, we want to be together, and we want to see that those ideas are implemented and that the results are really wonderful that are achieved. Yes, so we will sign partnership agreements. In this agreement, we will want to discuss what are the incubation services, what are the results to be achieved, and it's also important to mention that the result that we are going to aspire is something that is really important. And now there are, well, at the beginning there will be some people that will take part, and again, it depends on the target group, what you are going to achieve and what activities are possible to achieve. And again, it depends on the result. There's going to be interim milestones that we're going to aspire to, and we are going to estimate the impact of those ideas. So we have to sign this agreement, we become partners, and we implement ideas together, and we try to achieve those results, which we discussed in advance, and it's our common goal. And also, the estimation of the ideas is very important. Social businesses are those that are in the forefront, but it's not meant, this measure is not meant for social businesses only. It's available to everybody who wants to provide social services. But as of today, we see that there is an opinion in the society that funding of social services is just a line in the budget. We want to show this, we want to explain that this is investment, and it's important to invest into social services, and it pays back. And we will have to measure and estimate the impact. We will ask the people what changed in their life before and after the activity. And we will look at the common or joint impact, how much we invested and what is the benefit. Financial effect might be here. We might, for example, we invest in certain services, people got employment, they started paying taxes, etc., etc., etc. They are not living from benefits, and there's N criteria. So we're going to estimate and evaluate, we're going to look at the idea and at the individual level. And we want to talk about those results on the regional level with the municipal bodies. We want to know how the results were, how the results were achieved, and what is it. So that's regional, municipal, and national level. We want this model to become practice that everybody can make use of. Another important point about impact assessment, or is the result achieved? Now we see many projects where they're talking about different, same services, but we would like to see something new, something innovative, and some people don't want to make mistakes, but it's okay to make mistakes. Might be more interesting. Sometimes, there will be cases when you will have to give funding back because the result was not achieved. So we are going to give possibilities for the people to experiment and to make mistakes. Therefore, we want to have very many milestones in order to make assessment how we are doing, because in the process we might change something, and then go a little bit different way, etc. So we have to be doing this, and the organization will be doing okay. And we pursued this way, but this is something, but we failed. So then you restart, and some ideas might be really very effective, and they give very good results. So then, more funding might be provided, and there's scaling, etc. Now with different target groups and organizations, so that those most effective and best ideas are not left aside. So much. I believe that I managed to sell this to you. So in the comments, please, we're waiting your response. Are you ready to buy what we are offering?
Ačiū už mikrofoną. Taip, tai dar ten viena skaidrė yra likusi.
There's one more slide.
Skaidrė jungiasi. Tai taip, tikrai Viktorija perku šitą idėją.
Yes, Victoria. I'm ready to buy this idea. Now, some moments to be clarified or what was presented. I would like to say that it's very important for us to look for ways to lift up administrative burden. So the organizations that work underground, they will be doing better or implementing innovative ideas compared to another approach, like application consisting of hundreds of pages, etc., etc. So I believe that organizations sometimes say, well, we have good ideas, but there's no access to funding sources, and they leave it aside. Another thing, orientation towards impact and our attitude, our approach, we want to change. We are not buying the number of training courses or a number of people employed or signatures that were collected or events organized. Instead, we are focusing on the product that has been developed. Partnership with organizations is also very important. We have to formulate and form a network of organizations that will come up with new ideas, that will be our partners. Everybody is partners with everybody else, and we can organize work so that this task is given to one organization, to another, etc. There's a discussion that is going on instead of something else that we could see earlier. So something is started and then left aside. But because here we are ready to go into discussions because not everybody has access to know-how. And I also believe that it's very important for the future of our country. If some services are necessary, and the organization knows that the services are of high quality, they present them, and the others will take up and use them. And also, it's going to be very good practice in the upcoming financing period of structural investments, so that the mechanisms that have been in force up to now, we are going to look for ways how to fund the activities which create biggest added value instead of having nice reports that go into drawers. So much. Now we're ready to answer your questions. We thank you, Victoria and Eitvydas. What you do now is sort of a pilot for the upcoming funding period. Can we expect more of similar thing, that is for other different groups? It's a pilot that covers everything. Presenting applications, the process of selecting best ideas. It's not only mathematical assessment, but the validity of the idea is in focus. So this mechanism, with this mechanism, we want to do things differently. As for team, as well as the ministry, want to undertake this because there's something, that we don't know much about, but together we can create all of this. Can we expect that this will turn into logic via which we invest into social innovations, social businesses, and social innovations? Well, it depends. I believe it will work. Yeah, we believe that it will work. Well, people come to forum like this. All of them have lots of ideas, and this measure is wonderful because it's easier to present, to put on the table. And this regional niche or specific groups, etc., and problems. And the success will depend on those who are going to implement, because the willingness to do things good and better, well, if we see that it works, why don't we do similar things? For example, talking about climate change, ecological problems, environmental issues, initiatives coming from citizens, and well, it will become a tool that could be multiplied. Thank you. The community really accepted this in a very positive way, and I'm sure that you will get very good ideas. Victoria, when shall we send out these? We believe that in the beginning of fall, we will invite you. I believe that's going to be the 1st of September, and I believe and hope that it's going to happen like this. Thank you, Victoria and Avilys. Well, now there's other work to be done.
Which will be after our break. We're pretty much on time, so we're going to have a short 15-minute break and come back about 3:25. And the panel discussion will be on the theme of investments into social innovation and interinstitutional cooperation. So over the last sort of 5, 6, 7 years, we've seen many different opportunities created for social enterprises, adaptations of different tools and instruments for support. But one of the key challenges has been the lack of kind of coordination of resources among institutions or relevant public bodies. So this particular panel discussion will be focusing on that. Aruna Sevilla from MVO Avilys will be moderating that discussion. And I'm on that panel. I'm delighted to say that Avilys will be joining us, as well as Ilona Javiciene from the Ministry of Agriculture, and Lukas Savikas from the Office of Government, and then Mindaugas Sinkevičius from the Association of Local Authorities will be joining us. So we'll come back in about 15 minutes. That discussion will be moderated in Lithuanian, and we look forward to seeing you on the other side. Thank you.
Cool.
Welcome, everybody. This is the last session of our forum, dedicated to investments into social innovation and interinstitutional cooperation. Makes me happy to have such a bunch of people representing the most important institutions. Yes, Ilona Iavichenya, responsible for leader and lags from Ministry of Agriculture. Mindaugas Sinkevičius, who is the former Minister of Economy, right now heading Association of Local Authorities, Eitvydas Bingelis, who already has made his presentation, and his Vice Minister, the Minister of Social Security and Labor, and we're going to be joined by Lukas Savickas from the Office of the Government of the Republic of Lithuania, and
Technikai, kodėl Arūnas garso neturi?
In terms of social innovations, I want to say the following. During the last 7 years, we really had a lot of changes in Lithuania, and even today, we're happy to be talking about such things as impact purchasing, as social impact bonds. This year, we succeeded in ensuring that social enterprises as NGOs can use Invegos measures, LVP measures, so the climate is improving significantly. However, sometimes I get the impression that the measures and activities are, let's say, they do not succeed in creating such an outcome as desired, as wished for. Lithuania 2030 strategy is based on 2 pillars. First, smart economy, smart business, smart governance, and smart society. And it's exactly within this the pillar of smart society, where public services have to be provided by the state. We face the greatest challenges in improving our indicators. And I think it's namely in this sphere that we need social innovations. And social innovations, I would say, could achieve a much more significant impact and achieve much greater outcomes. Even given the situation of today, I mean the COVID and economic crises, we still have to seek more effective resources. And this is even more significant given the crisis, in order to save the public resources and funding. And when we talk to the representatives of the ministry, meaning you, this is horizontal, I would say, sphere for you. So do ministries, meaning contribute to certain extent to speed up the cooperation of the stakeholders? Or I don't know, let's say, yes, we're talking about rural development programs, about lags, etc. But how about interinstitutional cooperation? How is that being ensured? Yes, social innovations. Seems to me that it's next to impossible to actually embrace all the ideas, all the innovations. So the only thing we have to make sure that there are enough instruments to implement those ideas or initiatives, because the existing instruments, they frame you somehow. And I talked about that already in my presentation, and it's only natural that we are often addressed. Why? Our ministry, Social Security and Labor, because we implement a lot of initiatives via civil society initiatives, NGOs, together with municipalities. And we seek other ways at the ministry, for alternative ways to ensure a larger, a more significant impact for the same amount of money. So this interinstitutional cooperation, can't say that really we are very good at it, but I think it's up to every separate institution or ministry how they want to cooperate. Because, as I said, we are responsible for a wide range of spheres. It's the Council of the People with Disability, is child welfare, societal welfare, healthcare, etc. And I think that we have to be responsible for the domains, for the spheres delegated to us, something that's within our remit, because we cannot, as Minister of Social Security and Labor, we cannot be responsible for all these spheres. And I think it's more important to speed up the partnership, to gain the trust of partners and to contribute to this partnership. Ilona, you have a very sort of targeted goal meaning you focus on social enterprises, but what do you think? Let's say when you pay lots of attention to social enterprises, would you say that you succeeded? Let's say, and I'm talking about leaders program, and would you say that the municipalities are really good partners in this cooperation? Hello, everybody. I cannot give you a straightforward answer, Rune, because the leaders program has been very efficient or not, but I think it contributed greatly towards developing social enterprises, and it has become visible in various regions and in rural territories of Lithuania. In terms of the outcomes, they're quite good. As of today, we have approved about 1,200 projects, and about 200 are just still undergoing assessment. This is a good result. And we have already reserved, used the major part of the funding allocated for Leaders Program. But we still have about 35 million euros available, and we hope that social enterprises will be more active and show more interest in developing, implementing leaders measures. We have 63 projects which have been already given support, and they have already started investing and implementing just progress. We also have 82 projects in social enterprise spheres. They are still being assessed, but there has been some delay in that. I can't say that it was very easy and that we had this very, very speedy breakthrough overnight. No, something that is new takes time to implement and takes time, for such initiatives to be launched. But I would say that yes, the leaders, it used to be not quite visible, but right now I think the visibility is much more obvious, and we plan to go forward. Ilona, to what extent leaders will contribute to the innovations in public in public service provision. What is the benefit of Leaders program? And whether this dialogue with the municipalities is satisfactory, and we are talking about the lags, local action groups, yes. The dialogue, I think, is not quite satisfactory with the municipalities. It depends which part of Lithuania we're talking about. There are municipalities and there are municipalities. Some are more active than others, but we have good examples when the communities have a very good partnership with municipalities. Day centers are being established, and daycare, and also provision of different services, and services provided at home are, this is also one of the initiatives. And the communities have gained quite rich experience. Now, again, in terms of innovations, I would say the situation in rural part of Lithuania is a bit different than the situation in the city. And meaning community-based service is an innovation itself, because it's a different attitude, it's different quality, and I think it's a more personal attitude towards social problems, towards and I want to give some feedback to the presentations heard before, because this is something we didn't have. NGO sector is very good at providing this interpersonal approach, and I think we should gather good practice examples, and there is human warmth. See what I mean? This factor was missing, and but otherwise, yeah, we could still speed up this well, cooperation between different stakeholders, and training is needed. As I say, takes time to overcome these problems and to bridge these gaps. Mindaugai, question to you now. As head of Association of Local Authorities, we heard a presentation by the representative of the Ministry of Finance about social impact bonds, even though we started talking about that 12 years ago, and we have pilot projects and impact purchasing. Yeah. I guess this is more obvious in cities, but when we look into the plans of social service or public service provision, and I think sometimes we see quite a gap between the vision and something that is happening in municipalities. And I remember I discussed with somebody that social innovations will appear in these domains where they are welcome. And if they're not welcome, how can you possibly ensure their occurrence and their appearance? So, according to you, what do you think? What's happening within the municipalities about improvement of public services, provision of public services, establishing partnerships? And therefore, I gave this question about leaders. Ilona said 35 million of euros for social innovation experiments. But those experiments, pilot projects, will not be sustainable, meaning if there is no wider interest. So, Mindaugai, this is a hypothetical question to you. I know it's difficult to answer for all the municipalities. Welcome, everybody. Yes, it's difficult to talk on behalf of everybody from Vilnius to Rietavas, because the attitudes are different, sizes are different of the municipalities, and everything is different. So there's no common denominator. Yeah. And it's same as you have several children, meaning they are different, and you have to apply the same rules, right? But the result might be not the same with every child. One is obedient, another is naughty, etc., or mischievous. But yeah, there are many dedicated people who started working in private or public sector, and I regard myself as also sort of committed to this noble cause. I know Arūnas is most dedicated to NGO sector. I personally feel that the change is happening. Maybe it's not that fast, but we are a young democracy, so what would you expect? We still have many problems, not only social democratic problems. Take education, take healthcare, and today we're talking about social innovation, social enterprise. It's a good thing in itself, but again, I think there are so many spheres where we have to focus on. So I don't think it's strange. Maybe it's comforting myself, but in Europe, Lithuania happened to be the last country to adopt Christianity. So we were pagans before that. So likewise, I think we're quite slow in adopting social innovations. Local politicians, they could be either a driving force or they could erect obstacles. Very much depends on the mayors, on local politicians. And I think it's very important to attract and to involve young people. It doesn't matter where you work. In Neringa, Rietavas, or Vilnius, I think local politicians have to be dedicated to solving local problems because they have to build the partnerships with NGOs. And we can draw experience gained in Nordic countries, let's say, like measuring the social impact bonds, and impact purchasing. These are still new topics for us. These are not something we're used to. At least personally for me, I've been working probably for 8 years in this sector, but I feel this change. I really do. You, Arūnai, mentioned Lithuania strategic documents 2030, but there is also program of MVP and also our national progress strategy, which says that up to 2020, meaning this year, no less than 15% of all the public services provided by the municipality should be given over to NGOs, no less than 15%. And I see good examples where, based on trust, many social services are given over to NGOs, community-based organizations, and I think same. Let's say, I cannot. Probably I don't know too much about Leaders Program, but I think yes, Leaders Program is also contributing towards this, because Leaders also does not give 100% of funding, right? There is in-kind contribution, local contribution, financial, non-financial. So the applicant, should request the municipality this in-kind contribution, even for Leaders Program. Let's say, I personally can't remember a single time when we said, no, we don't need those social enterprises. we don't need these services, social services. No. We'll do that ourselves. We don't need you, NGOs, etc. We have our own just budgetary institutions. No, I don't remember a single case. Maybe there are municipalities where things like that happen. But yes, once again, I think the change is happening. It's too slow, yes. But on the other hand, those public services and involving partnerships, that's another question. We had the discussion in our Seimas where Nordic experience was actually presented. But yeah, but very often we have this mentality in Lithuania. Everything is okay as long as the state pays for that. But this approach is no longer acceptable. In service provision, local authorities is very often blamed for failing to do something, for failing to ensure the quality. So it's in our interest to give over the provision of those services to the NGO sector because they are much closer to the community level, much closer to the beneficiaries, and they know the needs of the interest groups. And why don't we again share insights of the Nordic countries? But again, even there, we know they have succeeded in many things, but even there, sometimes they fail because there's no, you can talk about mainstreaming of those services, meaning there's no single recipe. Even in Nordic countries, at the beginning at least, certain municipalities were not quite willing, maybe, to enter into these partnerships. But yes, transparency, efficiency, effectiveness, these are the key words. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, or maybe I just, well, I think my answer was controversial. Yes, and you also mentioned one element which I was about to talk about. Yes, there was a plan that up until 2020, no less than 15% of public services should be given over to NGO sector. And with the NGO network, when Marius Zaltauskas was still heading this network, and they said that, according to them, about 7.5% of those services have been given over to the NGO sector. So the question to both Mindaugas and to this is, I don't know if the percentages is the most important thing. It's just benchmark, but what are the obstacles? What do you think? Instead of 15%, we can only talk about 7.5%. Why have we failed to achieve and to accomplish these goals? Who'd like to give the answer? No?
I believe that the goals always have to be very high. And well, even if we did not have this as a goal, then the percentage would have been even lower. So that's one part. Now, the second part of this question, and it's important, the transfer as such, I believe this word is not right, is not the best word. Within the recent years, well, I'm working in the ministry, I noticed this, that the transfer usually creates confronting position with the municipality, municipal bodies, and it's as if NGOs take away the services from municipalities and they say that it's going to be cheaper and better done, etc. And if the municipality needs some service, so then, they sometimes are very negative. And in your previous fora, I mentioned that well, people usually look for best decisions. I'm talking about NGO representatives as well as municipality staff. And also, the maturity of the administration is different. Some municipalities know how to organize services. Some understand this as a supply or provision. And sometimes, if in the local area, this municipality provides the service and municipal bodies do, and there is an NGO in the same area, they sometimes try to confront against the municipality, etc. So we have to look at how we could supplement, or add to something, that is really beneficial. So this is one. Well, terminology has to be clear. You cannot transfer, just give it right away. For example, the government has not done a good job with the projects that were not administered very well, and also ESF projects, 30% cases. When we checked, we see that there's no staff, no staff working. So what are we talking about? So there's 3 people, and 2 of them are working, and there's one running the company. So are you talking about critical mass, shortage of critical mass working in this field? Yeah, critical mass is absent, and also they don't understand what is the provision of the service. And administrative structures, which are in public sector as well as on the level of the municipalities, there have to be NGOs coming in, and NGOs have to have people who come from administrative structures in order to understand all this, because communication between sectors is the biggest problem. To submit a proposal in a clear language, it gets very difficult very often. So no confrontation. Agreement on terminology, critical mass, so that the attitudes get closer together. Yeah, it's a very good observation. Lack of communication between sectors, among sectors, and where should the communication be going on? Let's say municipality, who should start the communication? One part. Well, for example, now we have a discussion. I'm talking about our Ministry of Security and Labor, which also comes close to municipalities as well. Now, we're living in quarantine. There's social workers who are given some money via municipalities so that they pay social workers who were working during quarantine. They pay, in addition, will give some bonus for this for their work. But there are NGOs who also say that, well, we want you to give some money for us. So then talking about, well, what does the NGO look like? Well, it should be independent, If they want to be independent, give us the money and don't look into what we're doing, Sometimes they don't send any reports. They don't make those reports public. On the other hand, when there are some financial injections, so they ask to transfer the money directly into their account. So NGOs, they identify themselves as being independent and ready to take part in whatever is needed, to provide services, etc. So I see this miscommunication, lack of communication, and they believe that on all levels we're lacking this. And the format, how to develop, how to create this. Well, it's not so easy, and there are municipalities, like Mindaugas said, let's say Rietavas, that might be the biggest, or one of the biggest, and some other municipality which is much smaller. So there's different councils, community council, youth affairs council, also NGOs council, and sort of there has to be a certain dialogue, but it's kind of enforced dialogue. I would like to ask Mindaugas, what shall we do, so that the voice of the people comes from grassroots? Well, yeah, we want to have different representatives, yeah, but it still does not work. Well, I wanted to ask Mindaugas about this unexpectedly, and unfortunately, Indrė did not come talk with us, Now, I would like, if I asked Mindaugas, how many committees, councils, commissions you know about where the citizens are represented, and there is not so many active citizens, but we have different bodies, so many bodies, different councils, local groups, etc., etc. But but we see that the partnership with civic society is lacking. It is almost not existent. So there's all kinds of formats, different councils. Do they secure and provide or enforce the dialogue between the municipality and the citizens or communities? Well, I will share my insights with you. I don't know if they will reflect the attitude of all municipalities, but I believe that we sincerely want, and politicians from different parties want our civic society to be strong, and as little distance from the government and the ordinary or rank and file people. But sometimes we use artificial instruments to change this, all of this, And for the society to be heard, we elect people for the different territories, and there's, for example, 6,000 inhabitants, and there's 20 people from this body that come to a meeting. We establish all kinds of councils, a community council, another council, yet another council, and sometimes when they have to come together and what to talk about, they don't see themselves belonging to this, and we try to create or build a civic society, and this comes from the top, like do this, do that, this mechanism, that body, etc., etc., and everybody will be active, proactive, etc. It's obvious, at least to me. Not everywhere those instruments work, Arunai. No. And some mechanisms that have been built for self-expression of the civic society, they don't work. Sometimes there's there's some bodies, that are not functioning in the right way. And this perhaps is also related. I think that we are in transition, and I'm saying this not to say that let's not do anything. No, But things have to develop slower, and naturally. The same applies for NGOs and community organizations, because their capabilities, financial resources, well, they are growing, but not always we can have trust in them. I have some examples from municipalities. And very often, we hear that municipalities don't trust NGOs, and if the services were provided by NGOs, we would be more effective, more economical, etc., etc. We know the situation better, and there would be less of bureaucratic approach. But I believe that not one mayor would be against would not go against the transfer. But sometimes you have to have more wisdom, and you have to have more knowledge and understanding, and sometimes we feel this. And there's the communication is failing then. And let's take the municipality of Jonava. And the example of mental health group that has problems, they have to be given something to do, like that is have to be taken care of. They are like adults, but they act like children. And the parents work, etc. There's education activities, certain services have to be provided to these people that have mental health disorders, some rehabilitation services, etc. So, for example, if we transfer this activity to Jonava municipality, we were looking for the premises, we had to meet the norms of hygiene, etc., etc. Also, some services are licensed, and there's checks and verifications, what and where something is going to be going on. And also preparation of NGOs is not always here. There's a lot of enthusiasm, but do they have the capabilities if we want to be objective? Sometimes it's questionable. And there's differences in Vilnius. The situation the situation in the Vilnius municipality in other municipalities is very different. And also, there are wishes to do something, but who will undertake this? Who will do this or that? I see there are some people who are giving comments, and at the same time, I would like to give a possibility for questions. I would like to ask Ilona. What do you think, Ilona? What can the municipalities do so that the investment that we have as of today becomes efficient and give the good results? What should the municipalities say? For example, we would like to, or we want to resolve this or that problem. What is necessary for that? Well, very difficult to say what is needed for municipalities to keep better dialogue. I can't answer this, but I believe that it's important to name very clearly that the problems when it comes to the use of resources is very important. And now the phase of leader is the best, and there's higher added value projects that are coming, and this is a normal development of the program, because at the beginning there are attempts, maybe we will succeed, maybe we will not, etc. And those projects not finite, sometimes there's too much rush. Yet another thing that I would like to mention, and Eitvydas and Mindaugas mentioned this, when talking to local action groups, LAGs, why so slow, why so few applications, etc. So talking about social services, not one body says that to prepare and to adopt a good project, have a good project, it's important that they are really attached, that they are responsible. For example, a year and a half is necessary, or 2 years, so they have to move their heads, yes. And this is something that is new in our regions, not only in NGOs, but also on the level of municipalities, it's new. And the communication should not receive so much pressure. I believe that we have to we have to be not so right forward, and then there's rejection instead of supporting what we offer. And conditions in the leader as of today are much better compared to what we had in 2017 when we only started using this, who got involved with in this project. So if there's a new measure with new ideas, new innovations, with impact measurement, time is too short. We need at least a year and a half or 2 years and more. And now there are some examples that the communities talk about, like community kindergartens, the transportation services, so that parents can go to work. Also, Mindaugas was mentioning this, and also support to those who have disabilities, so that the people don't want to live on benefits. Instead, they could do things better for themselves. I believe that our development is quite good. We should not be pushing too much and accelerating. Well, there's a lot of experience that has to be accumulated. The experience is good and bad experience, and then people will select. Well, talking about partnership, I believe we should find those real NGOs, really good, while doing social business, social enterprises. And yeah, and the problem comes about because there's different interpretation and lack of disagreement between the public and private sector, local government, etc. There's lack of communication. We have not agreed upon some clear things, and therefore we cannot act in the same way because we have not agreed to do so. Now, there's Mindaugas Lukas Savickas from the Office of the Government. In this government, during this, there were social bonds that were presented. Also, last year, the model was created on procurement impact. And it's accessible. If there is an initiative, you can find all the information. There's attention to social problems. My question is as follows. Now, here it was COVID-19. There's social innovations and social enterprises, will they not suffer, will be not hurt because of COVID, the impact of COVID.
Sveiki visi, visų pirma, labai atsiprašau, kad pavėlavau ir tik dabar prisijungiu. Esu įsitikinęs, kad diskusija buvo įdomi ir produktyvi. Tai iš mano pusės
Welcome,
iš
everybody.
tikrųjų,
I do
iš
apologize
to,
for
ką jūs
being
pasakėte,
late.
aš tikriausiai nesikartosiu
I
dėl
hope you
sprendimų,
had
kurie
a
yra iš
productive,
tikrųjų
just
padaryti. Manau, kad tas
meeting
didelis
forum.
dėmesys šiai sričiai buvo
I would
skiriamas nuosekliai ir tebėra
not
yra skiriamas.
like
Tačiau
to repeat
kalbant
the
apie
ideas
aktualijas, iš
expressed,
tikrųjų,
but let's
šiandieno
talk
situacija,
about some topicalities.
pandemija
The situation
parodė
of
iš
today,
tikrųjų svarbą
yeah,
inovatyviems
given the
sprendimams ir
pandemic
gebėjimą
of COVID-19,
greitai adaptuotis.
we see that
Adaptuotis iš
there is
tikrųjų
an
turėjome
ever-increasing
mes
need
visi.
to adjust
Visų pirma,
ourselves,
tikriausiai
adjust swiftly,
kiekvienas
promptly.
pilietis prie
And
pasikeitusių
I'm talking
sąlygų,
about
prie savo
every
pasikeitusios
citizen
realybės
here,
yra
just
pristatyti
because
vyriausybės
of
strategiją
the
apie
reality of
naują
the
realybę,
situation,
su
which
kuria
has
mes
radically
tikriausiai
changed.
turėsime dar gyventi
All of
kurį
us have to
laiką.
adjust ourselves.
Turėjo adaptuotis prie
And,
didelių pokyčių ir toliau.
and
Karantino
this
sąlygas
adjustment
laisvinant,
to
verslas turėjo
major
adaptuotis,
changes
prisitaikyti prie naujų
and
tendencijų, kurios yra
is
aiškiai
no easy
susijusios
thing.
su
And we still,
tuo, kad didėja
adjustment still goes
kontaktis,
on because we still live
verslo
in this
paslaugų
lockdown,
teikimas ir kiti elementai.
in
Ir
quarantine
neišvengiamai
regime.
tikriausiai
So it's
milžinišką pokytį išgyveno
inevitable,
viešasis sektorius,
probably,
kuris turėjo
that public sector also
greitai
is
reaguoti
impacted by
į
these
situaciją,
changes,
kurios
because
niekas
the public
anksčiau
sector
tokios
had
neturėjo,
also
niekas
to
pasaulyje.
respond very
Turėjom
well,
galvoti apie tai,
promptly
kaip mes šiandien
to
be esamų taisyklių
the
galime juose
changes.
rasti reikiamas išimtis, kad mes
And
galėtume būti pakankamai greiti ir spartus ir
well,
lankstus.
and
Ir vienur
just
pavyko, kitur
becoming
ilgiau užtruko, bet manau, kad irgi pajudėjom
finding
pozityviai.
this
Ir ką
the
aš iš
ways
viso to
of how
norėjau
to be
pasakyti,
more
kad
effective, more
visi šie
flexible
pavyzdžiai
is quite a
demonstruoja, kad
challenge. So some of us
šiandien mes
succeeded
turime
better, some
galimybę
worse, but
ir
what I want to
kiekvienas
say is that
sektorius,
all of
kiekvienas
us have an
segmentas,
opportunity today,
taip
and
pat ir
every
būtent
segment, every sector
bendruomenės
today,
ir grupės žmonių ir
including
verslai, kurie kuria
community-based
socialinės inovacijas,
NGOs, social
būtent tai iš
enterprises,
tikrųjų
social
ir turėtų matyti
innovations,
kaip galimybę. Nes
should look
šiandien
upon these changes
mes
as an
matome,
opportunity,
kaip
because
švietimo sektorius,
we
tiek
let's look
privatus
at
ar
the sector of
valstybės, turėjo
education,
pereiti
private,
labai
public
greitai ir
sector,
ganėtinai, galima
as I
sakyti,
said,
sėkmingai perėjo prie
they
nuotolinių paslaugų teikimo. Per labai trumpą laiką
they
ir
had
tikriausiai
to
mes prieš viso
adjust
šito viruso
to
atėjimo net neįsivaizdavome,
well,
kad tai
and to
galėjo įvykti.
online
Ir
actually
manau,
services,
kad
and that
tokie
was done
pavyzdžiai ir
quite
įkvepia, kad
quite swiftly.
kritinėmis situacijomis mes galime
So we do
atrasti
understand that we have to
savyje
find the
jėgos, drąsos
potential and the
reaguoti
strength
į
and the
tai
courage within ourselves
nestandartiškai,
to
pasinaudoti
respond
galimybėmis, kurios
and to come
atvėrė
up with
mums visiems
non-standard
susitelkti ir
ways of
pasikeisti.
how
Ir
to
būtent čia socialinės
um,
inovacijos, aš
how
sakyčiau,
to provide
kaip
certain
tik
services.
viena iš didesnių
Again,
perspektyvų
education online,
pasiekti savo
classes
tikriausią
online.
proveržį.
And this is probably the breakthrough. It shows that we are courageous and we have this potential within ourselves. Thank you, Lukai. Question to Mindaugas.
Tai turiu Mindaugui klausimą, kad dėl, norint diegti socialinės inovacijas, galvoti,
If we want to implement social innovations and to be more to provide just social services more effectively, we have to know the meaning figures, the prices, the costs. Okay, I asked two actually two organizations, and one of them gave me the answer in a couple of minutes. The other, all for them, it took 2 weeks, I guess. So, in the first, in the first case, really, the municipality had open data, yes, etc. Initiatives. So, how can we possibly open data? I think that when we talk about giving over public services based on social innovations, so first and foremost, we need data. We need all the tariffs, all the costs, the pricing strategy. What can you say about it? If I tell you it's perfect, I would be lying, or at least not telling you the truth. Again, there are huge differences between Lithuanian local authorities. And again, administrative capabilities and modernity, so to say, or investment into technological, let's say, environment. I think that results in certain speed, in meaning how long it takes to get the data. So the situation is very different in various local authorities, and I can only say that local authorities try their best to be open to the maximum and to implement this open data initiative. And because that's why we are here. And we also launch various other initiatives. Meaning, I'm talking about sharing some budget when we dedicate certain part of our budget to various civil initiatives. And then the decision is taken not by the local politician, but by the community members. So going back to open data, I would say yes, it's something that we strive for, but I am more talking probably about our local authorities association. And quite often, local authorities will attack our central register asking for data, where the data is kept and stored safely, and well, because we have to protect the data. And it's difficult at times, it takes time to get the data. On the other hand, we have to make the data public. The more data is made public, the better. Well, because you provide a service X for a certain amount of money Y, and we, let's say, we can do that better for a different amount of money. So again, I just wanted to say that there is some progress, but giving over the public services, that's a long process, and it will take, again, some time. I think it's in our interest, as Association of Local Authorities, to have as many just public data as possible. But again, not all municipalities have technological just capabilities, and their mindset is not that innovative. So I think it will start from the big cities, this kind of progress in being open, providing open data, and then it will spread to the rural part. It's not that they are hiding, no, but a bit due to human just resources, those innovations cannot reach us that quickly. On the other hand, there are different ways for local authorities to not to blame local authorities, but actually to praise for something, not only blame them. Let's say NGOs can come up with certain kind words to their own local authorities. And in many cases, most cases, we are not happy with the progress of change, but the change is going on. And I think it's very important to, again, to cooperate, to improve this networking between the ministry, the local authority, and the NGOs. And we don't have to wait a month for the data to be given to us. So again,
Jo, dėkui labai, Mindaugai. Čia aš manau ir gal Lukui komentaras dėl
not a uniform picture.
savivaldybės galima būtų kažkaip
Maybe that's a comment to Lucas from the office of the government. Maybe those local authorities which are sort of most progressive, maybe they could be provided some or given some bonus or some stimulus. Luca, a question to you. We started our discussion talking about strategy Lithuania 2030, and one of the pillars of the strategy is smart society. Those indicators, life expectancy, average life expectancy, let's say, lifelong learning, the deaths which could be prevented. These are the spheres we're lagging behind and where we need innovations. And also improvement of public services. Because improvement of public services and innovations depends on how good we are at cooperating with NGOs. And yesterday we also discussed that with Avilys. There is an organization, Art Space, which opened a outdoor cafe with refugees working, and also open art funding program. They launched it, and there is an initiative also to give some lots of just pieces of forest to those persons, so they keep those forests, and at the same time we can integrate them. So there are many initiatives going on, and my question to you is, do you think that this government could still contribute towards creating a smarter society, just networking at a more advanced level with the stakeholders? Yes, this question is very broad and topical. I could answer for hours, but let's be realistic. Even if we didn't have today this pandemic and this economic situation, the economic shutdown, it's under the circumstances, yes, it's extremely challenging to introduce some innovative solutions. The situation is truly unique and exceptional, and we have to face reality. I think it would be more an exception coming up with innovative solutions than the rule. I think it would be much more prudent to ensure the sustainability follow-up of the decisions that were taken. And we cannot say that the status quo of today is unquestionable. But yes, I think we have to make sure that we continue something that was launched. Now, of course, there are people who are dedicated to social innovations, because the added value in this sphere is not what is allowed by the government, but what initiatives are shown by the civil society. And it's important for the government not to put any obstacles to those initiatives, to enable them to be implemented. So I think this is our function, and yes, it's our duty, it's our responsibility not to hinder the civil initiatives, and also to improve cooperation with the NGO sector, and I think it's going forward. Okay, who should lead this topic, or be the guide actually of this topic? Because we're talking about an abundance of measures, activities, but as we said, there's miscommunication or lack of communication, and therefore we fail to achieve the desired outcomes. Avilys and Mindaugas also said that there is the dialogue is not that good between the civil society and the state or the public sector, and on the level of local authorities. Let's say I am sitting here at Pirmas Blynas, this social, and we see a very good example of social enterprise, yes. But who should be in charge of social innovations in Lithuania? according to you. I cannot give you the answer now because when we talk about social enterprises, I think, yes, it's the Minister of Social Innovations and several other ministries. So on several levels, I think the initiative is being shown. But I personally think that we are really good at promoting social dialogue. And during the last a couple of years, well, let's talk about trilateral council. I think it celebrated several days ago its 25th anniversary. So we're really promoting this social dialogue. So this institutional dialogue is okay. And I think this is a very proper way to go forward. I don't think we should be distracted or to look for some alternative platforms, but we simply have to make these platforms more mature, more advanced. And I think we have the basic for this cooperation, and why don't we just develop it? We're running short of time, and we have to wrap it up. And I would like all of you to thank all of you for having contributed with your ideas, with your insights. I know you have lots of responsibilities given your duties, but I just urge all of you not to forget something that we have been discussing, so that it's in the so that you focus on these issues in the future. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Arūnas. And thank you very much for the panelists. I think we had a very good discussion. I could also see in the chat boxes that there were a lot of discussions actually between the online participants. I'm really good. I'm really happy that the online participants were contributing and sharing their thoughts and information and actually having a very active discussion. So this is it. This is the end of the 7th Social Enterprise Summit. It's been quite a journey. We've covered a range of subjects over the years. I think we've seen quite a lot of progress and development over these last 7 years to come to the topic of where we are today. And I'm pleased that there were many useful announcements that were made as well. I'd like just to say thank you to the partners, but also the organisers of the event, and our partners including the Nordic Council of Ministers, the office in Lithuania, the Lithuanian Social Enterprise Association, and of course Pirmas Blynas, who have hosted us here today as a really good example of a social enterprise creating employment for people with learning disabilities. So I think that's really about it. One thing I just want to say as well is that all the slides will be made available, as well as the recordings of the presentations in English and Lithuanian. So they'll be on the socialnesverslas.lt website. And I think that's really all I've got to say, Monica, so I'm just going to hand over to you.
Yes, so and I just want to also to express my heartfelt thanks to all of you, to the panelists for having devoted their precious time, sharing their insights, and we discussed with Phil that, and we kind of agreed that the 7th Social Enterprise Forum is very significant, because we're not only discussing the practice, the experience gained abroad. No, but we can also share our insights with the neighboring countries, and the participants from these neighboring countries have joined our forum. So we're looking forward to the 8th Social Enterprise Forum, and we do hope that we'll have many more achievements, innovative instruments, and also the outcomes of these results. And many heartfelt thanks to the organizers and partners, and Avilys, the British Council, Tulba consultation, the Nordic Council of Ministers, Lithuania, Lithuanian Social Enterprise Association, and also the social enterprise Pirmas Blynas, the first pancake, for having
giving us the premises and for treating us to just fantastic pancakes. Thank you very much. Let's hope that next year we'll actually have a face-to-face forum and we did have many questions today, and all the material will be accessible to you. Thank you very much and stay healthy and well. See you next year.